And we are live.
Okay. I am calling this meeting to order. This is the Historic Districts Review Board for Tuesday, November 22nd, 2022. I'm Anthony Guida. I am acting as chair tonight. Melissa, may we have a roll call vote, please?
Yes, Chair Rios is excused.
Is excused.
Member Aguilar Medrano.
Here.
Member Berkeley.
Here.
Member Beachside.
Here.
Member Bienvenue.
Here.
Vice Chair Guida.
Here,
Member Larson.
excused.
Thank you. There is a quorum present.
Thank you. Okay, we have an agenda for tonight's hearing. Are there any changes to tonight's agenda? Staff? Yes, Carly.
Thank you, Chair. We have a postponement for item number 4 under new business. So they would like to postpone to a date certain, the 13th of December. So that's case 2022-00-6059-HDRB.
Thank you. Any other changes? Okay, with that, I will take a motion.
I move to approve the agenda as amended. Beachside. Aguilar Medrano seconds.
Roll call vote, please.
Member Aguilar Medrano.
Yes.
Member Berkeley.
Yes.
Member Beachside.
Yes.
Member Bienvenue.
Yes.
The motion has been approved.
Thank you. Next, on to minutes from November 8th. Board members, any changes to the minutes? Yes, Member Aguilar Medrano.
Yes. On page 12, at the very last paragraph, if we could strike the sentence after the comma and put, or if it was only discovered when approval for the garage relocation was needed. And then the second one is on page 29. So in the first paragraph, I believe it's the last sentence, we can change it to the white door with painted glass on the non-primary facade. And then 2 rows down, if you can strike the word second and change the sentence to read, and also to maintain the white door that matches the front door. So, thank you.
Thank you. Any other changes? Member Bienvenue.
Thank you, Chair Guida. On page 40, the second to the last sentence of that page where it states it doesn't add to the sense of the streetscape as open and inviting, change doesn't to does. That's all I have for the minutes. Thank you.
Any other changes? And with that, I'll entertain a motion.
Bienvenue moves to approve the minutes as submitted and amended.
A second?
Aguilar Medrano seconds.
Thank you. Roll call vote, please.
Member Aguilar Medrano.
Yes.
Member Berkeley.
I'm gonna abstain. I wasn't here.
Thank you. Member Beachside.
Same.
Member Bienvenue.
Yes.
The motion has been approved.
Thank you. On to approval of findings of fact and conclusions of law. A question for Carly. We were just discussing some board members were not at all of these hearings. Is there a way that we can break these up to make a motion, perhaps by hearing date?
Thank you, Chair. I think that's definitely possible. That's definitely doable. So that would be. Order them really quick. Okay. Let's see, I've got 10, 11, and 14 as being an earlier date that might not have been part of other stuff, other board members' attendance.
I have a listing of these, acting chair, Guida. We have
the hearing on July 26th. We heard the Hometown Heroes banners. That is case number 2022-5633.
Can we just have the numbers on the agenda, please? That would be helpful.
Let's see what we. Okay, number 10 is the Hometown Heroes banners, and then and number 11, 50 Mount Carmel Road. Both of those were heard on July 26th, 2022.
And number 14 was a later date or an earlier date rather as well.
Well, there are 3 that were heard August 9th and 1 heard August 23rd and 1 heard December 13th. So if you want the complete rundown here.
For the sake of time, we can either, at the board's pleasure, either review any changes now, do this under one motion. Those who were not here can abstain and we could see if the motion passes, or else we can have city attorney divide this up by date and review it later tonight. Board's pleasure. Yes, Member Benvenue.
Thank you, Chair Guida. I would be fine with moving to approve all of them at the same time.
Okay. If that's a motion,
I would make that motion following one proposed revision.
Sure.
In case number 2022-5634, 212 Lorenzo Lane. This was just for background, this was an approval of removal of historic material on a window on a primary facade. And the board granted that in that case with a very specific finding that it was unique to that particular structure. So I would like to make sure that language is inserted. Paragraph 10A of the findings of fact, it says pursuant to SFCC section 14-5.2 C5B1, comma, the board finds, etc. Please insert before the board finds in the unique circumstances of this particular structure, comma. And then in paragraph 11, where it states that the corner window has architectural and historic interest, add after interest with respect to this specific structure. With those amendments, I would, sorry.
Sorry, John, I don't see Lorenzo Lane listed on the findings of fact and conclusions of law that we have for us tonight.
You didn't see what?
Did you say Lorenzo Lane? I don't see that.
Did I?
Jason,
And I understand what you're saying, Member Beachside. Number 14, 212A Gonzalez Road. Apparently the address that street was renamed. Angela, was that your? Okay, so it may have been presented to the board as 212A Gonzalez, but since then the street has been renamed to Lorenzo. And I believe I understand. Member Bienvenue, you're talking about a corner window, right? It's a window on a corner.
I see now. So I'm referring to item number 14, which is 2022-005634. It's listed in the agenda as 212A Gonzalez Road, but it does have the address in the actual findings of 212 Lorenzo Lane. So this is.
thanks for the
piece I'm
clarification.
referring to.
Yeah.
We're on the same page. Okay.
Thank you.
Any
I
other?
didn't pick that up.
Okay. Thank you, Member Benvenue. Thank you, Member Beachside. Any other changes to the findings of fact and conclusions of law? May I have a motion, please?
I would move to approve all of the findings of fact and conclusions of law that were submitted. That's numbers 1 through 16 with that amendment.
Thank you. A second, please.
Each I will second.
Thank you. Roll call vote.
Member Aguilar Medrano,
Same.
Member Berkeley,
Abstain.
Member Beachside,
Yes.
Member Bienvenue.
Yes.
The motion has been approved.
Thank you. Next is matters from the public. Anyone either in person or online wishing to speak? Carly, is there anyone online?
It looks like.
This is Heather. I'm managing the online Zoom, and yes, Stephanie Benanato would like to speak. I am allowing her to speak. Stephanie, you may unmute and state your name and address, please.
Thank you. Stephanie Benanato, PO Box 1601, Santa Fe, New Mexico. I would like to bring up a couple of things. First, I'm wondering about your procedural vote just now, because abstain is actually comes out as a no vote, is my understanding. So you have 2 noes, 2 yeses. I think that the chair should vote on both of those motions to break the tie. Also, signs at Old Santa Fe Trail and De Vargas continue to grow. There's also a lawyer's sign at West Santa Fe Avenue and Guadalupe Street, and a directional sign. And I've been thinking about it. I wonder why we have to have directional signs, since 96% of people in the United States have cell phones, which have map apps and all kinds of things, and lots of cars have GPS. So really wondering about even allowing directional signs that begin to clutter up intersections. And then the last thing, I just happened to decide to listen to your last meeting and heard about the sign at the Lucchese, the 57 Old Santa Fe Trail. And I was interested in the discussion about how you can only recommend design changes. And the city made it sound like they just found out about this part of the ordinance, even though it's been there for quite some time. And not only that, but I actually pointed this out to the city in an appeal at least 3 years ago. So the city's been on notice for that long that, in fact, this ordinance required the board to make recommendations to the governing body and not to make approvals. And I really wonder what that might do to all those approvals, because again, it's not something you just discover buried. There it was, city had notice. So I just, again, have to kind of wonder about that. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephanie. Anyone else from the public wishing to speak? Okay, with that, we will move on to staff communications. Carly.
Thank you, Chair. I've got a couple tonight. One is our 2023 HDRB hearing calendar. That's on this in the packet. So the second hearing is generally, and there's a couple asterisks next to it, generally is either reserved for administrative matters or it's an extra hearing for caseload. That's specifically because we've had several hearings where we've had maybe 4 cases and applicants either deciding to postpone and this is an effort to try to cluster these, make good use of the board's time, and have 8 or 10 on a hearing. So that said, please let me know if you have any questions about those, and we'll be looking forward to publishing that schedule on our website. Secondly, this will be my last hearing for approximately 3 months. I'll be going on a leave of absence for that time, but you're in good hands. You'll have Heather, and we've got some great backup support from our contractor and more staff coming on board. We also look to be hiring our 3rd senior planner pretty soon. So we're actively making steps towards that now. And that's all we have for tonight.
Thank you, Carly. I know that you leave us in good hands, but we will miss you while you're gone. Okay, let's move on to cases. We have 6 cases tonight, total 2 under old business, 4 under new. Just a couple notes before we begin. This board has an obligation to deliver fair and efficient hearings for the sake of applicants, for the sake of the public, for our board, volunteer board, and for staff. Accordingly, because the staff does such an excellent job and the applicants do an excellent job of providing drawings, staff provides staff reports, this board studies those materials, does go on field trips. This is a very well-prepared group. Our goal here tonight is to address major issues in the cases, to hear from the public. Accordingly, I will be holding public comment to 2 minutes as usual. Staff presentations should be held to 3 minutes and should address the salient issues that are being reviewed by the board, and applicant presentation should be no more than 5 minutes. I also ask that the city attorney refrain from rebuttals and lengthy legal commentary, and provide support as necessary for the board to rule on the cases at hand tonight. If you disagree with the board's rulings, you may appeal to the city council within 15 days of the findings of fact and conclusions of law being approved. With that, we will begin with old business, 500 Montezuma Avenue. Carly, this is your case.
Thank you, Chair. Okay, so let me make sure we're streaming what we've got up on the screen. I think our IT folks can move that on over. But we do have that up on the board. Thank you, Chair, members of the board. So we return to case 2022-005859 HDRB at 500 Montezuma Avenue. So we saw this at the September 27th hearing for initial comment by the board. So we are under state funding. We are under chapter 14-5.2M. And so we've got just a little procedure slide on here for M2, just walking us through a little bit of the timeline. There were initial meetings conducted to bring in the application. A couple of neighborhood meetings were conducted by the applicant to solicit feedback on the design, and then bringing it to the hearing on September 27th. And at that hearing, we had public comment. HDRB comments were received. Staff delivered the minutes and a summary of those comments to the HDRB, who provided review. And then those were given, the comments, the minutes, which are included in the packet, were provided to the applicant. So since then, the applicants worked to update their designs. But remember the little backstory on the history of this case. So we're looking at some historic buildings, but they are non-contributing. And specifically, the Italianate building has some historic interest to it, but it is non-contributing as per the appeal in 2016. Okay, so since then, there have been a number of changes. There have been a number of changes to the design. I will just point out there have been some changes to the footprint, reduction in the material palette, an adjustment to the material palette, changes to the massing, parapet heights, specifically on the south facade, and a redesign of the east facade by adding change of planes, vertically aligning the windows, and so forth. That said, I'm going to leave most of the design presentation to the applicant, but we do have some sample recommendations. They are printed. They are also in the slide package. So if the board sees their designs, sees the comments as being resolved, there's there's a recommendation for the sample recommendation there. Another sample recommendation, if we see the design as resolved with very specific conditions that can be agreed to in this hearing. And then the third sample recommendation is that if the board sees that there are unresolved issues with the design, that's when a recommendation is made to the governing body to form a state and local board. And so that specific language is in front of you. And then I also have that up on the slides. So if we need to review this. Now, if that third recommendation is the path of tonight, we ask that you nominate two representatives, one as a primary and one as a secondary nominee. Now, with that said, I think I'm going to go ahead and turn it on over to the applicant before I answer some questions.
Carly, if I may, and there may be some questions from board members. Just to summarize, the task at hand tonight is reviewing a revised design from the applicant. So per the rule that this particular case follows, because it is a state-funded school, the applicant presented an initial design to the board. This board returned comments both during the hearing and in writing to the applicant. The applicant revises the design, comes back to the board, and our primary task is to determine whether or not those recommendations or changes have satisfied the board's intent.
That is,
correct?
Chair, that is correct. So, yes, we are within that 60-day window where comments were being given. So comments, yes, were given at the hearing. We received the public comment. Those were summarized. The board reviewed them, and those were given to the applicant. The applicant also met with community groups or a community group, Old Santa Fe Association, to address further concerns. And since that is the applicant's responsibility to meet with those groups, I'll let them identify when and how often that happened. But in your packet is also those comments and responses to those comments, just to show kind of how that layout, how that process has unfurled.
And then
So-
you've outlined for us, we can recommend approval. We can recommend approval with conditions, or we can move to this other scenario where it doesn't satisfy what we intended, and then it goes to a committee with a different makeup.
That is correct.
Thank you. Board members, any questions for Carly? Yes, Member Beachhead.
Just to clarify for the board, this recommendation is being given to the governing body or to the mayor, or how is that?
So that is, thank you, Member Bescheid. That is only for recommendation number 3. And that would be a recommendation to the governing body, because the interpretation is that the governing body would then have the authority to, on behalf of the city, put together that state local board.
Thank you. Yes, Member Berkeley.
And also just to clarify then, Carly, if it does go to number 3, it will not come back to this board.
That is as I understand. Thank you, Member Berkeley. And I think, so we have a note on that particular recommendation. It would not come back to the board, and then we just ask that you specifically describe the unresolved issues, because if those are not well described, it's pretty well open that those changes could spread to most of the design. So, or it could just be very muddy, if that answers that question pretty clearly.
Okay, let's move on to the applicant presentation.
Chair, I think
Yes.
you have one more
I'm
question.
sorry.
One more question. Carly, if we make a motion that has, I think number 2 with specific conditions, are those then submitted to you for final approval? Or are they submitted to the board via email, or is it completely out of the board and the department's hand at that point?
Thank you, Member Aguilar Madrano. It says, there's a note in here that says specifically described the conditions. That is something that would come to staff for approval, but it would need to be very, very specific, like a change to a material to this color of stucco.
Okay.
Or adjust this window to align with. So does that, if that makes,
It does. Yep. Thank you.
Mr. Acting Chair,
Yes.
I have to interject here. As we had a brief discussion about this on the field trip today, the conditions that the board would impose have to be specifically agreed to by the applicant. Because if we tell the applicant approved with these conditions and the applicant equivocates, or the applicant says, we have to check with our architects, or, we'll review that and we'll get back to you, and the 60-day window lapses and we haven't asked for the joint state and local historic design review board, we may not have that option again if the applicant comes back and says we're not able to fulfill these conditions. So we must, from the applicants, have a specific, and I'm hoping, the architects are here and the architects can tell us, yes, we can comply with those conditions, or if they say, we don't know if we can comply with those conditions or not, then we'll have to I would recommend a finding that the design issues are not resolved.
Got it. Thank you for that clarification, Frank. Okay, applicant presentation, please. Please come down and sworn in.
Do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record.
Colleen Gavin, 130 Grant Avenue.
Hi, Colleen.
Good afternoon or good evening, Acting Chair Guida, board members. Nice to see you again. And thank you for taking the time to review the documents that we submitted. I'm going to try to be as brief as possible per your request for 5 minutes. I don't know if I can guarantee that. We have a lot to just go over because since we are coming back per your request and the very specific comments that we received on September 27th. So let me just get started. So of course, here we have a rendering, which is in your packet, of the revised design. And I just wanted to touch on this photograph very quickly. In the upper left-hand corner, that is the ceremonial kind of groundbreaking that occurred in 2019 when the legislature allocated funds for New Mexico School for the Arts, a state chartered public high school. Those funds were to serve the cafeteria, which is already built and operational, and also the dormitory, which got delayed, as we discussed last time, due to funding constraints as a result of COVID. And then you can see on the upper right and the lower, that is our ceremonial groundbreaking we had a few weeks ago with the governor and Speaker Egolf, and the dorm students, the staff, the governing board, the Art Institute members, all in celebration of this amazing opportunity to provide housing for the NMSA in residence students, which is part of their state charter and mandated by that charter to provide housing for students from all over the state so that they have the same opportunity that any child, any teenager has from Santa Fe County, from Rio Arriba County, from Bernalillo County. So I'm not going to go over this because Carly already showed it, but this is basically the capital outlay provisions in Chapter 14. And I just want to quickly go over two points in Section 14-5.2M. One is that the Historic Review Board shall work collaboratively with the state, in this case NMSA, to arrive at compatibility of the project with the design standards, considering reasonable costs and preserving essential functionality. It's very important to remember. We took your comments. We appreciate all of them. Member Bienvenue, thank you for your additional input. We took your comments to heart and to task on a very challenging project in which we have to be very specific in what we provide per our program and our charter, and allow it to be incorporated into our existing NMSA campus. The other point I want to make is that the state shall also make every reasonable effort, to obtain input from members of identifiable community groups involved in historic preservation in Santa Fe. And I will show you how we have addressed that. So I wanted to go through a very thorough timeline of how we have proceeded through this project. From day one, of course, we had already gone through this project with the cafeteria. We understood the process with capital outlay projects. Number one is June 30th, we had our first, what we called a neighborhood meeting, inviting the Historic Guadalupe Neighborhood Association, as well as the Old Santa Fe Association. Those were the two groups that we invited during our phase 2A with the cafeteria. And so since we had already gone through that process, we invited the same members. We checked in with city staff to make sure we were inviting the appropriate parties. We held a meeting on July 13th. There were two members from the Historic Guadalupe Neighborhood Association. At that meeting, there was one independent party that attended, and there were no OSFA attendees. We got input, and that input was then reflected in some revisions that we did to our design in concert with input that we received from the city. Then again, on July 27th, we were notified by the city that OSFA requested a second meeting. We were happy to accommodate. We were still in our design process per the capital outlay process. We notified everybody on July 29th. We had that second meeting August 9th. We had 3 members from OSFA attend. We had an independent party. I did speak with the Historic Guadalupe Neighborhood Association. They thanked us for the invitation, but they said there was no need to attend. And again, we got feedback, which is summarized on this slide. Then we submitted our first draft, August 15th. We received input from the city as well. We took into account the input we received from the recognized historic preservation community groups. We then presented what we considered to be our plan, our design at the September 27th meeting. And then we received your formal comments back on October 14th. Of course, right after the meeting, from having access to our notations, we were able to move forward based on the 5 very clear directives that were received that evening, as well as some other input from various board members. Then our 60-day period started. October 10th, we received a request for an additional meeting with OSFA. We held that meeting a week later on October 17th at my office in person. We sat down with 3 members of OSFA and a representative from our architecture team, and we were presented with some design recommendations. From October to November, we worked with the city to address the input that we received from that October 17th meeting, as well as the continual input we're receiving from the city in our attempt to address the feedback we got from you on September 27th. We formally submitted our response to OSFA on November 11th. We sent it to the city for documentation, as well as we sent it to OSFA. And then we submitted plans November 7th with some input yet again. We revised those plans, and our final submittal, as you will see it this evening, was submitted on November 16th. I hope that you see that there's been a lot of back and forth, a lot of collaboration, a lot of time and thought and consideration in every step that we've made. Since July of this year to now, November 22nd, we have been working to incorporate the feedback we get, the input we get, and we also have to honor the mandate that NSA has to provide the housing and the program in a structure in that location that we have available to us. I'm going to skip over that. Those are your 5 board comments. Can't read it anyway. So first of all, I'm going to summarize comment number 1, just for time's sake. I think you guys know them well. Basically, time one was addressing the overall size and massing of the building. And really the focus that you provided us is really to look at how can we look at the mass and the footprint, and how can we move it back from the east property line? How can we provide more relief along that east side? We very aggressively, to my architect's disdain. We were squeezing square footage out where we could. We looked at that northeast corner, and as you will see in the follow-up graphic, we were able to get 6 more feet out of the building. 6 feet might not seem like a lot, but when you're talking about a building that has to comply with occupancy code, egress code, and fitting in the living activities that are essential to creating a home for high school students. This isn't just a hotel, this is a home that they will live in either Monday through Friday or 7 days a week, depending.
Ms. Gavin,
yes.
just a time note, we're well
Yes.
past the 5 minutes. If we could move on to the design and the design changes, that would be great.
Okay,
Thank you.
all right, so, hey, number one, here's a graphic showing the footprint of the September 27th and the current plan. As you can see on the west side, we have a required 10-foot setback between structures. We cannot push the building any further. And so again, as I mentioned, we were able to squeeze out 6 feet. You can see here again, this is just looking at the floor plan, and you can see on that southeast corner, we have 8'6" setback. Again, we have 16.6 on that northeast corner. These are the floor plan studies that we did to address the comments. I know we got comments from member Berkeley about whether we can take square footage and move it to kind of the south west section of our buildable area. Again, we cannot move into the fire lane for various reasons, but number one, it's fire lane. So we did this. We actually did some studies, and what this represents is taking on the east the width of a dormitory room, 2 of them, and moving it to that southwest section and arranging it so that it still met the requirements for access to the main corridor, so that the resident supervisor has access and we can flank the building with that type of required supervision. But you can see what happens. We block the fire access for emergency responders to come in. We impede on that required 10-foot setback. Our egress route internally is blocked. And then you can see on the east side, this arrangement here, what it does is it results in a non-compliant, more than 20-foot long corridor. And that is when we maintain the restroom facilities that are required for the residents. And then we looked at it again in order to resolve the circulation requirements in that dead-end corridor. But what that does is we end up losing bathing and restroom facilities. We have to have a certain number to serve the students. And the way in which this has been designed more as a home, we don't have like a giant bathroom or a bathhouse with multiple stalls. We are providing privacy for bathing, for to respect everybody's privacy. And you can see again that again is not compliant. And then what we did is we literally just said, hey, what if we just squish it? Let's just take our building and compress it, keep all the required spaces, and try to take it up in our common space, our living room, our kind of eating area. And as you can see here in the gray, it compresses that to the point where it's non-functional. Again, we're trying to preserve, functionality. And then you can see in the red poche, that's actually the office / security check-in point, which gets eliminated by squeezing the building in. So again, the functionality is affected very gravely. Okay, number two addressed basically the multiple materials. In September 27th presentation, we had a number of materials. The feedback was that it was too much going on. Simplify the masses, allow the masses and the heights dictate how materials are being utilized, and simplify. This is a before elevation of our September 27th east facade in conjunction with the existing main entry to the east. And this is the current design where we took your input about flanking the building with that same gray siding that was part of phase 1 and phase 2A, the cafeteria, and creating basically a nice quiet framework to allow the gallery, what we call it, the Italianate building, to really shine and be the focal point. Here's another view. This is the before. You can see the dark stucco adjacent to the Italianate building. And this is the current design. Here we have it on flat elevation, so you can see the relationship. You can also see here that we brought the parapet heights down closest to the Italianate building, actually tying into an existing, to one of the elevations of the Italianate parapet. Number 3. Here we talk again about, and a lot of these overlap a bit, parapet heights and massing. Your directive was to differentiate or step facade heights, particularly on the south side. And Acting Chair Guida, I know that was a point that you got into quite a bit at the last meeting, that south facade needs to be a focal point. It needs to be celebrated, not kind of an afterthought. So here you can see the flat elevation on the top. That was our previous design where we incorporated 2 different colors stuccos for input from community groups. And what we've done here is we've simplified that elevation, utilizing the gray siding on the east, on the west, and then in the center of the building using a umber metal siding, more in tune with the rail yard. Member Bienvenu in his comments stated how we're really we're in a unique location because we're part of the rail yard, but we're part of the Guadalupe Historic District, but we're not. We're kind of part of both. And so it's creating that kind of perfect marriage between the two and really picking up on the more industrial commercial materials that we see throughout the rail yard. Okay, and then this is the elevation without the yard walls. And then here you can see these are just the flat elevations. I will flip through these. And also just real quick, I just want to make note, the parapet heights were adjusted so that we have everything from a 3-foot differential to 18 inches. Again, being very pure in that parapet height change. So it is in concert with the massing and the materials. Massing as a material, the next material in massing has a different height. Number 4, provide more interest with formal height and massing shifts, less than from material changes. And this is it's very in line with what we just discussed. And again, excuse me, you can see, I'm going to focus on the south elevation yet again. This was our previous elevation with the yard walls. This is our current elevation with the yard walls. Really trying to celebrate that south elevation and having it really speak to its surroundings. Here's our flat elevations with and without walls. And then here is our west elevation. One may say it's not technically publicly visible, but I wanted to at least show you how we carried this through the entire structure, the entire building, and allowed it to to make sure that we are being consistent and pure in that articulation of massing and material. And then this is the north elevation, which truly is not publicly visible, except for on the east side. And you can see here where we took, we really tried to simplify this, carrying the gray siding back to the west, again, to allow the Italianate building to be kind of framed by that consistent finish and allow it to shine. And then giving us another material where the parapet changes and the mass changes facing the courtyard. And again, this is our flat elevation. Comment number 5 had to do more with the east elevation and window and opening articulation. And here on the flat elevation, you can see the before on the top and the after. There was a specific comment about taking the windows and really creating a vertical statement and articulation of that. One curious thing about this is we did get some feedback from the city and we really carefully looked at it and analyzed it. Maybe, looking at, do we mimic the sill height of the Italianate building adjacent? Do we use the same proportions as the windows in the Italianate building? As you can see from this diagram, the structural floor of the second floor is basically right in the center of the window. And so we wanted to study this and just see what could we do. And as you can see, unfortunately, that was not a viable option. I just want to show you here, this was the previous east elevation, seeing a bit of the south. Here's our existing. Here's the east again. This is our new. And here I'm just going to flip through just kind of a sequence if you're walking down Market Street and how you would see the Italianate building. So I just want to say quickly, since July, we have willingly and in good faith participated in this process, as you can see from our very extensive timeline. We've been very open to input. We have responded. I want to thank staff for being so willing and communicative in this process. And this really has been a collaboration from day one. We showed you this last time. It's one of my favorite little sketches from when we started with the charrettes back in 2020 or COVID. And this is the charrette with the dorm students most recently, just probably 3 weeks ago.
Ms. Gavin,
Yes.
another time check. We're at 20 minutes now.
Okay.
I think the board would like to move on to
Okay,
questions.
so I'm happy to stand for questions and for rebuttal.
Thank you for the presentation.
Thank you.
Board members, questions for the applicant? Yes, Member Aguilar Medrano.
Thank you, Chair Guida, and welcome back.
Thank you.
I have some questions embedded just in my general comments. First, I would like to comment on what I think the successful changes we are looking at tonight are. So first, I think that changing the material and more importantly, the color on the east facade helped distinguish it from the Italianate building. And secondly, the articulation of the parapet heights, in particular, the reduction in height on the east side helped distinguish it from the Italianate building, I think. With these in mind, I still have some of the same concerns as I did in the last hearing, that the siting of the building detracts from what should be the most prominent building, the Italianate, and that the pattern and the proportion of the windows are in harmony with the streetscape. I do see that you pushed the facade back 6 feet, but as you know, I thought a much more substantial setback was needed. My previous comment regarding the possibility of shifting some of the programming to the southwest corner assumed that the adjacent parking spaces potentially could be reevaluated so the fire access could be maintained. Keeping them intact seems like it might be limiting some of the possibilities of adjusting the footprint. I'm wondering, is it a requirement or a preference to keep those parking spaces as they currently are?
Member Aguilar and board members, acting chair Guida, actually, thank you very much for that question. And I do have a graphic to address that. So what you see here, this is the site plan that was generated as part, actually it was even prior to phase one, when the old Sambusco building was brought to the city for a remodel to house NMSA. And so NMSA, actually the Art Institute, who owns this portion of the building, had to go before the Board of Adjustment to get a special use permit. Because school is an allowable use, but if it's within 200 feet from a residentially zoned area, you have to come in for a special use permit. As part of that process in 2015, the architects who represented New Mexico School for the Arts at the time, Studio Southwest, prepared this site plan, and this was part of their application. And as you can see to the south, it identifies those southern parking spaces that you speak of, as well as the fire access lane here. that circles the entire property with a turnaround here and then a restricted one-way access out. NMSA and the architects at the time worked with the City of Santa Fe Fire Marshal to get the site plan to be in compliance with multiple codes, but in particular fire code. This is the memo from Ray Gonzalez, who was the acting fire marshal at the time, stating the requirements for fire access. And so in that discussion prior to the Board of Adjustment hearing and approval, this was vetted very carefully. There's a requirement to be able to get to every building with, if a vehicle stops within 150 feet, you can't go in more than 150 feet with an emergency vehicle and without some type of a hammerhead or turnaround. And as you can see from the site, and as everybody knows, the San Busco property, it's quite tight. So you can see that the access that goes around all of the existing structures at that time, and you can see that actually that center core is still existing at the time, which was then demolished when we came in 2020. It's imperative that we provide safety to this school campus. It's a school campus. And we looked at what could we do in order to accommodate more space. And as you could see from those floor plan studies, we looked at every which way we could potentially move square footage and spaces. The other thing is the parking spaces and the parking count were also part of the Board of Adjustment approval. We had to maintain a certain number of spaces based on our use. And that application discussed the dormitory at that time. It was always part of the internal master plan to provide for a cafeteria and a dormitory. So unfortunately, we are not able to move that access point for our fire lane. And we have to keep those parking spaces.
Okay, thank you for the clarification on that. Regarding the second issue I brought up, so adding the black pattern between the windows, to me, doesn't give the illusion that there are more windows. It just appears to add another material, which is one of the things that we were trying to move away from in the last hearing. On the south facade, it appears that this treatment has actually caused some of the previously proposed windows to be removed. There are opportunities to add more windows, in particular on the east facade, even if the programming were to remain the same as we're seeing it today. As one example, the supervisor's living room. So given that the building was only pushed back 6 feet, it seems like adding more windows would have been an easy place to compromise. So I'm wondering why you decided not to include more windows on the east facade in the design we're seeing today.
Member Aguilar, board members, the east facade, let me go back to the actually to the floor plan, because I think it's the most informative to this question. And it's a very good question. And it's something that our team has studied. So you can see this is our, actually that's the modified one. Let's get back to the real one. As you can see from the floor plan here, that east facade is basically consists of an fire egress stair on the east side. With a building, you're required to have, especially with this type of occupancy and square footage and use, we have to have egress stairs at each side, right? Clear exiting out. Also, that's the staircase. We have placed windows into that staircase, but because of the angle of a stair, when you look at it in section, it's very tricky to put windows in stairs. And I'm sure you've seen it. It can be kind of, I've seen, pardon me, designs where people put kind of windows kind of climbing up the stair, and it doesn't look very authentic in my humble opinion. And then if you look at that southeast corner of the east, that's actually a supervising resident apartment. We took a lot of square footage out of that space in order to bring the massing back, minimize that corner. But again, this is a private individual's residence and they're facing out towards Market Street. Unfortunately, there are issues with activity in the rail yard. I see it every day. I saw it today. I saw it yesterday when I was out at the property. And so we need to provide the requisite privacy for people to live there. Those resident supervisors, that's their home. It's not like that's their home 5 days a week and then they go to their own place. That's actually their home. And so finding these quality people who are willing to live with 60 teenagers is, no small chore. We have to provide them with something that's comfortable and inviting, and then we'll keep them there because it's about maintaining our sense of community and safety for these students. So we can look at potentially adding some windows, I think, on that east facade, maybe higher up, so we have the privacy that's required. But it is a bit of a precarious kind of space out there where there's a lot of public activity that is not formally regulated by NMSA because it is a city street and public right of way.
Thank you for answering those questions. I think that concludes the comments I had. Yeah, I would have definitely, I was disappointed to not see more windows on the east facade, just given that some of the other feedback couldn't have been fully met. I understand the need for privacy and that these face the street front, but all of downtown, we also have condos and they all have windows and accesses that face high traffic areas. And I think that's just part of the downtown makeup. And then I think even at the entrance there, that would be another opportunity to add another window where you currently have one. But I'm going to hold off for now and see what other board members have to say. Thank you.
I'll just quickly weigh in. I'll say first that I really appreciate the efforts of the applicant to not only follow process, both in terms of the comments of this board, working with city staff, and also doing the engagement work that is prescribed. It's clear that from the presentation that not only did the applicant do their homework, but that we also have a much and quite dramatically improved design to look at tonight. I'm satisfied that the majority of the board's recommendations were heeded in the project. Most notably, the elevation or the view that we're looking at right now, allowing the Italianate building to kind of stand on its own, to allow as much as is possible a building with this footprint to be a kind of background building to the entry to the Italianate building there at an MSA. I think that's tremendously successful. I also think that the south facade is dramatically improved from what we saw last time. What previously read as as almost like a hotel now has quite a bit more character in terms of a clearly expressed entry. I really do like the use of black, both in terms of the entry and in terms of the uniting of the vertical windows. That does look different at different times of day. Black glass can help kind of unify those things a little bit further, to Member Aguilar-Medrano's point. But I think that from what we're looking at here, we have much clearer expression. I agree with the kind of alignment of massing, material, and parapet height, making a better building, doing so in a way that's not contrived to kind of historic Western storefront facades. Couple questions that I have as far as the current proposal. The materials for the yard wall, I think we saw last time, and I think we see tonight, that the perforated natural steel is being used for the translucent portions. What is the proposal for the solid portion of the yard wall? And can you explain a little bit more about the dark metal panels? Are they Corten or rusted steel, or are we looking at a kind of finished painted steel product?
Yes, acting board, Guida, board members, thank you for your comments. So just to address your questions for time reasons, the solid wall of the southern courtyard is now a burnished block, is what's being proposed. Actually, it's ironic because that was our original material for these walls. And then, of course, as you saw, they changed. And we're coming back to that. We feel it is appropriate, especially in particular in the rail yard, with more of that industrial, commercial context. As far as, pardon me, I completely blocked on your.
The dark metal panels, are they Corten or are they painted steel?
Actually, we have a sample.
Oh, wonderful.
Careful. Lisa's going to show you. So this is just a sample that our architect got for discussion. We are looking for a product that's not quite what we're looking for, but basically it'd be a non-reflective umber panel, kind of more in line with the Violet Crown, the panels you see at the Violet Crown. To do a rusted panel or a Corten, it's beautiful, but maintenance wise, it's a disaster. As an architect who've seen it, I've seen it implemented for 30 years and it always creates problems. It will bleed and it will rub off on your clothes. Yeah, we're looking for actually a painted finished material so that it has longevity, it doesn't fade, it doesn't bleed. But yeah, to create, kind of give that kind of a more of a softer, darker tone to break up those massings as you discussed.
Right. And the Violet Crown is an excellent, reference point for that. Thank you.
Mhm.
Other board members, comments, questions?
I had a
Yes,
couple comments.
Member Berkeley.
First of all, I wanted to thank you for the changes that you made. And I wanted to comment on what seemed to be a lot of your argument, which I think was not an argument you need to be making tonight, which is that arguing for the students, because I think that all of us here believe very strongly in this project in general. I mean, we're talking about New Mexico's future, and these are New Mexico's future creatives, a place where they'll live. So I didn't think you needed to, make that case, because I think we all really believe strongly in that. And we're so glad for the board and the students and everyone who designed this whole campus, that that's really what you're looking for, is the quality of their life there. And so I want to thank you for that, but also just say for the record, you didn't really need to make that case, because I think we're all on board with that. I just had some questions in general about the process, because I did come very late into the game, new to this board. And we talk about the reason why you can't move much of the footprint of the building because of the Art Institute land and because of the fire lane. And I wondered if there was any conversation in this process about the purchase or donation of those spots or the moving of those lanes in order to give yourself more space to where you could have done a greater setback of the building.
Board Member Berkeley, thank you for that. And I actually have a graphic to address that, but Angela's computer just locked.
Mr. Vice Chair, what I'm trying to accomplish here is that the panel that Ms. Gavioli showed the board, per the Open Meetings Act, it should appear on the screen so that people viewing at home have a look at that.
Got it.
That's what I'm trying to.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Angela. Okay. Pardon me, I went too far. Okay, this is a great graphic. And I do have, I have Paula Tackett and Charlotte Hetherington and Janie Ahern here. They all represent NMSA in a legal fashion, sit on boards and have advised. And so I will ask that if any clarification is required, please have them, I would like to have them sworn in so they can address this question. But a Reader's Digest version of this, you see the graphic here and you can see the area in the lower left-hand corner, that's pochade. So when NMSA /Art Institute purchased this property, it was purchased by the Art Institute and phase 1 was renovated by the Art Institute. That section of the building is owned by the Art Institute. When we came in with phase 2A, the cafeteria, and now phase 2B with the dormitory, There are portions of the property that were identified and transferred to NMSA prior to the state issuing funds. That was done in 2018. The funding occurred in 19. That graphic is showing you the area that was identified for the dormitory in 2000 and don't want to misspeak. This was 18, correct? Thank you, Charlotte. Yes, this document, this plat was created in 2018. So that is the area that New Mexico School for the Arts, a state school that receives funding directly from the state, can take that funding and utilize it for the improvements that it was identified for in that state allocation. We did provide those documents to the city for the file. And so, as you can see from this graphic, that section extends down and it ends on the south, right where the fire lane is. Because again, the architecture team and planning team at the time were taking into account and moving forward with this internal master plan to accommodate all of the elements of the campus. And also having consultation with the city fire marshal. So you can see that drive lane here, and you can see those southern parking spaces here. So it's been asked by many parties, why can't we just get more land? Why can't we just reroute this? Why can't the Art Institute just give it to us? The Art Institute is a separate entity, a nonprofit private entity. New Mexico School for the Arts is a state school. So they have very clear missions. They have very clear, NMSA has a clear charter, and they work in conjunction to fulfilling and creating this educational opportunity in a very unique forum. But they are not the same. And state funds cannot be used on Art Institute improvements or property. When we did, I just want to clarify, and I mentioned this September 27th, when we did the cafeteria, we literally built an independent structure from the existing San Busco building. They're completely structurally separate. Just for this reason, because we cannot use state funds to improve a part of the building that is owned by the Art Institute. So trust me, I've been trying to get my head around this since 2019 when I started working for NMSA. And we do have our advisors here if we need to go into it further, but this is the space that the state, when the state allocated these funds and approved it, this is the location they approved it for. So we can't just move it. We can't just say, hey, somebody give us some money. It doesn't work like that. We have to work within the framework of our funding and our ownership.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Board members, I'd like to get to public comment on this case. We have a number of important cases to review tonight. Are there any other quick clarification questions or points to be made?
I would reserve my comments until after public comment.
Yes,
Thank you.
Member
Just
Beach.
one quick comment or question, I guess, about the yard wall has it been reduced in height? It appears that it may be the case. And then would you also elaborate on the CMU block that's being used, and specifically, is that used elsewhere on the property?
Member Beachide, board members, let me get to that south elevation. So here you can see it at that, if you're looking northwest here from the southeast corner. And here's the rendering of it. So your first question, no, the walls and the fencing is still 8 feet, which is the allowable for a non-residential use. And again, that's for security reasons, to provide a safe, outdoor space for the student population. And then the burnished block, basically it's a CMU block that is, it's basically, Eric, polished, is that a better way to say it? Thank you, Eric. That's Eric Meese, our architect from SMPC. It's polished. So it's a much more refined look for a CMU block. A lot of times we see split face used a lot, kind of in a decorative way and to break up a very linear wall. But this creates a more softer look. So it kind of blends with itself. And so it's a much more refined appearance, I would say, in my opinion.
Is it used anywhere else on the property, or is this its first use?
Well, we do, thank you for that clarification. There are numerous wall materials throughout this property. If you were to go around, basically follow the fire lane all the way around, you will see various materials, everything from pentile to just raw CMU, to old stuccoed walls, to there's some old wood wall, or excuse me, it's some wood slats. And so our intent is to, in the future, come in with a more cohesive look for the perimeter. Basically the perimeter fencing and walls. So it kind of has more of an intentional look. When phase one was done, you know, there were improvements done, but of course, like any project, there were budgetary constraints. So we're trying to introduce a material that we feel is in concert with our location and with our vernacular. It's quiet, it's utilitarian, and it actually looks good. So we hope to kind of help improve the other kind of variety of wall finishes that we have throughout.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so let's move to public comment. Those wishing to speak, I invite you down to the podium where you will be sworn in. If you're wishing to speak tonight, please line up behind the podium. Public comment is limited to 2 minutes. Carly, will you assist me in keeping time? And then Heather, please advise if there are folks online wishing to speak.
Chair Guida, I will. Thank you. And for those folks that would like to speak, we will take the public in person first, and then second, we will take your comments. I see one hand raised, but if there are other folks who would like to speak, please raise your hand before the end of the public comment period in person.
Thank you, Heather.
Mr. Chair, may I swear them all in at the same time? Is that?
Yes, that would be great.
Okay, thank you. Please raise your right hands. Do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimonies you're about to give are the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. And when you step to the podium, please state your name and address for the record.
My name's Elizabeth West. My address is 318 Senna Street in Santa Fe, and my granddaughter graduated from this wonderful place. I am going to yield my time to Frank Katz. Thank you.
Good evening, Vice Chair Guida and board members. My name is Frank Katz, 1300 Canyon Road, Santa Fe. I think I will probably be only maybe under 4 minutes. If I'm over 4 minutes, I think Penn Lafarge, who's also an OSFA board member, would yield his 2 minutes to me. I do not understand why the city appears to be letting this case undermine the process that the city has gained to impose its design standards on state, county, and school district projects within our districts. I believe you know the history of this. For many years, the city didn't think it had that authority. Then in 2008, the state proposed a parking garage for the legislature west of the Capitol. The design was generic, ugly, and non-compliant with the city's design standards for that district. As city attorney at that time, I reviewed the state statutes and concluded that the city did have that authority to apply its design standards. But rather than being adversarial and resorting to litigation, the city and the state agreed to negotiate the design. Several consultations followed with city folks, state architects gleefully jockeying their computers, and we all collaborated to modify the design to produce a vastly improvement to the garage design. It was such a positive experience, so open and effective, that it became the model for the legislature the next year to amend the Historic Districts Act that we've been operating since. That state law spells out the following. The state and its municipalities and counties shall commit to collaborate in good faith and work jointly to preserve and protect the historic districts. That's why you hear a lot of talk about collaboration and working jointly. The city code makes clear that the role of working jointly with the state is delegated to the HDRB, to you folks, not to staff, not to OSFA, but to you folks. The code says the state shall consult with the Historic Districts Review Board. What collaborate, consult, work jointly means, I think, must be interpreted in light of the process that was used for the legislative parking garage, the statute's model. State law does not anticipate, indeed, it doesn't allow the board to function in its normal quasi-judicial role. The board cannot give its normal thumbs up or thumbs down decision. Particularly, it can't deny the application. Because the HDRB is not acting as a quasi-judicial body, board members could truly have a sit down and a discussion across a table with the agency during that 60-day period, outside of a noticed public hearing. If at the end of the 60 days, of course, the consultation process doesn't produce a design that conforms to the city design criteria while still fulfilling the state programmatic needs, state law then gives a quite quasi-judicial option. The city can give notice requiring the appointment of the state local government historic review board. That independent board is the deciding entity. The HDRB and the school can adopt a design only by collaboration and consultation. If they don't agree, the neutral state and local government review board is the decider. For whatever reason, board members have been denied your role here of working jointly with the school. There has been no consultation, no collaboration, no working jointly by board members and the school. Indeed, the school did not even follow step 1 of the statute, which was to come and talk to the board before the design phase and find out what are the rules so we can design within the rules. They simply presented the completed design to the board at the public hearing on the 27th. Board members listed their concerns that very night. Thereafter, not a single discussion was held with the board members during the ensuing 60-day period to work jointly to achieve a design that would meet both state programmatic needs and city design standards. Moreover, the school and the city staff did not make available to you or the public their response to your concerns until last Thursday. One does get a sense that NMSA and the city staff is intentionally evading consultation and collaboration. They brag a lot about it, but were you able to sit in a room with them and say, well, what about doing it this way? Or why couldn't you talk to the Art Institute about perhaps contributing some land? Their students are staying in the dorm. Essentially, you are urged to take what is in front of you now, because any delay for true collaboration could mean that the students would be sleeping in the cold next winter. John Eddy will next describe what OSFA had proposed as one possible design alternative. Adam Johnston will then outline 2 options to allow for further discussion while still promptly reaching a final decision within a month or so to ensure that the students will be cozy next winter. Thank you.
We are at 6 minutes on that public comment. We will hold public comments to 2 minutes each. Yes, Carly.
Chair, if you are allowing for yielding time, then that individual does need to, those folks who are yielding time
Need to be sworn in.
they need to be up in line and state that they are yielding time prior to that person speaking.
Thank you, Carly. Can we have that, please? We need one other OSFA member to cede their time. to Frank Katz.
Does that need to happen before I?
Yes.
Again?
Mr. Acting Chair. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I think a decision needs to be made. The board can amend the rules if it wishes, but Robert's Rules of Order, which control unless there's actually a rule adopted by the governing body that states otherwise, reads that rights in regard to debate are not transferable unless the organization has a special rule on the subject. A member cannot yield any unexpired portion of his time to another member or reserve any portion of his time for a later time. That is, if a member yields the floor before speaking his full 10 minutes, he is presumed to have waived his right to the remaining time. Robert's Rules of Order discourages yielding unused time to another speaker unless the board agrees in advance to adopt a different rule.
I'm inclined to follow Robert's rules on this. There was only one mention of seating time. Let's proceed with our 2-minute rule.
And if I could, one other statement, that is a motion to amend the rules requires a 2/3 majority.
Right. We've got plenty to do tonight without getting into that. So, Mr. Eddy, please, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Acting Chair Guida and board members. I'm just going to continue here. Sorry for the interruption. The next point we'd like to make, I'm sorry, excuse me. My name is John Eddy. My address is number 14 Avenida Campo Verde, 87506. The next point that I would like to speak to is the role of the Old Santa Fe Association, as we have played it under the Express City Code language as an identifiable historic preservation community group to communicate recommendations and comments in writing to the state. OSFA submitted a design alternative to the school and board on October 7th. OSFA's recommendations for design revisions offered a way to meet every one of the concerns board members had expressed. To resolve the board's most crucial concern, that of moving the eastern portion of the dorm back so that it would be even with and not proud of the east facade of the school, the revision removed a few rooms from the east end of the dorm. To preserve NMSA's programmatic needs, those exact rooms were proposed on the southeast of the structure. NMSA summarily told us that moving those rooms off the current developable area owned by NMSA was not possible. Under the anti-donation clause, the state-funded dorm must be all on state land. The land to the south is owned by the Art Institute and the school's partner, providing students the arts curriculum while the school provides the academic curriculum. OSFA completely recognized the anti-donation clause limitation requiring the dorm to be on NMSA land. Our response is that there appears to be a straightforward solution to that requirement. Since the Art Institute is NMSA's partner in the school, and indeed the Art Institute students will be living in those very dorm rooms, the Institute could transfer some 500 square feet of its land to NMSA to augment the footprint of the dorm. But neither NMSA or the Art Institute have ever responded to that suggestion with an explanation of why it is not possible. There is still no explanation in the materials presented in the packet.
Mr. Eddy, we are at time. Thank you.
I would like to finish, if you would allow me. I just have 2 sentences. Thank you. Had there been proper collaborative consultation, that issue could have been explored and resolved. Perhaps there are clear factual reasons why such a transfer should not be possible. If so, we believe that they should be shared in this discussion.
Thank you, Mr. Eddy.
Thank you.
Adam Johnson, 121 Arroyo Hondo Trail, 87508. Chair Guida, members of the HDRB, you've heard from my colleagues from the Old Santa Fe Association regarding our issues with the process and with potential solutions that we provided the applicant in answer to your redesign recommendations. Under the current structure, the only chance the board gets to talk with the school about resolution of your concerns is tonight, day 56 of the 60-day period, and only in the stilted setting of a formal hearing, not during the collaborative consultation the law provided for. There may be some insurmountable reason blocking the transfer of land to the NMSA. I question whether you can obtain all of that information tonight. But if you can, and you believe that you have, and if you are satisfied with the revisions presented tonight, you should approve this design. But if you are ultimately not satisfied with what the applicant has presented tonight, we ask you follow state and city law and recommend the governing body refer the case to the state local government historic review board to resolve the matter. And if you do that, you will need to explain to the governing body why you believe it should go to a state and local H board. First, what aspects of the design do not comply with city design standards and why? Second, how this deadlock has been caused by the failure to allow for consultation opportunities. And third, that evading the collaborative process will give to all future sister governments the signal that they can simply put out their design and refuse to hold meaningful conversations about it with the HDRB or with the community. There may yet be another path, a third option. You may be able to seek from NMSA a tolling of the 60-day period for a few weeks to resolve the question of the potential land transfer and to compel collaboration between the applicant and community stakeholders, including the Old Santa Fe Association. Time to understand the possibilities of land transfer and emergency vehicle access and collaborative consultation could satisfy both city design standards and the school's programmatic needs. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson.
For Jenkins, 130 Grant Avenue, Suite 101. Thank you.
Hi, Jennifer.
Good evening, Vice Chair Guida, board members. So I'm here this evening in a different capacity than I am typically at this podium. I am here as a parent of a very proud parent of an NMSA alum. Why am I getting emotional? Because this is a really big deal. I really appreciated Member Berkeley's comments about that we love this institution and we love what they do. You know, we have a lot of conversations in this community about what do we do to support our youth. Not enough. We all know we do not do enough. But tonight you have an opportunity to make a very direct and immediate impact on the youth in this community. And I ask you to do it and use your power to do it now. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is James Rutherford. I live at 403 Canyon Road in Santa Fe. I'm going to just echo what the last person said. I've lived here for decades and I've watched with amazement at the rollout of the New Mexico School for the Arts. And it is truly one of Santa Fe's greatest success stories. I believe that given the good faith effort of the NMSA to address to the best of their ability the concern raised by this board, the public interest would not be served and there would be no discernible benefit to the neighborhood, and it would be punitive to further delay this student dorm. Therefore, I urge you to put the needs of the students first and move expeditiously to approve this project tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rutherford.
Lisa Gavioli, 130 Grant Avenue. Suite
Hi,
101.
Lisa.
Hi, I'm here this evening to read into the record a letter we received from the current NMSA dorm students. They got together and wrote a letter for this evening. So, to whom it may concern, living in a dorm in high school is something not a lot of people will experience and is almost abrupt to certain people. Some could say you're leaving home too early. This is why we believe the dorms we share should be made the most positive and home-like place for young artists. One of the biggest takeaways is learning how to live in a shared space with a variety of other people. This current dorm holds 30 students, and our new dorm will hold 60 students. A new dorm being next to a school allows students to have amenities that local students have more access to, such as dances, events, getting a job, or being able to sleep in. Being close to our school kitchen allows students to have fresh food and easier access to 0-hour classes, office hours, and the campus utilities. It allows students who do not have great access to education from around the state to access one of the best schools in New Mexico and pertain skills to find a career in the arts. This is all available to students from around the state because of the dorm program. The expansion of size will allow more artists to come to school here and study their passions. Commuting to Santa Fe is not manageable every day. By having a dormitory program, the school creates an engine for creativity for all New Mexicans far and wide. Sincerely, the NMSA dorm students. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa.
Have you been sworn?
I have. I stood up. I'm Katiana Lujan, 1430 Galisteo Street, 8750. Hello, I'm Katiana Lujan, and I'm currently a senior at NMSA. I will be speaking on behalf of the dorm students as well. So the dorm students are at a disadvantage living off campus. They miss after-school opportunities like academic tutoring, special instructions in their art, social events, and simply being a part of the family at NMSA. Another issue is why providing dorms on campus is a good idea, is because it helps with the transportation, and the dorm students wouldn't have to transport on the city bus where they face many encounterments that are uncomforting and they happen pretty regularly. And so it would help a lot with that. Yeah, that's all I got to say.
Thank you, Ms.
Thank
Lujan.
you.
You did not.
Do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Do.
Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record.
Devendra Contractor, 94 Shoefly Street.
Devendra.
Members of the board, I want to speak in favor of this project for the school. I feel that from a design perspective, it's consistent with the neighborhood, having been architect on several projects in the immediate vicinity of the project. I think that some of the objections I've heard this evening, that acquisition of 500 square feet, maybe this portion of the room is going to make a significant difference to the design, is unfortunate. I think that the overall design really suffers from the lack of a progressive zoning code within the city. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Heather, can we move to the online speakers?
Yes, certainly. I am now allowing Jay Myers to speak. Jay, if you can please state your name and address for the record and unmute yourself, then you will be sworn by the clerk. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Jay Myers. I live at 2125 Cottage Sand Road in Silver City, New Mexico, 88061. I'm a current residential student.
Excuse me, I'm going to go ahead and swear you in.
Oh,
Do you
sorry.
swear? That's okay. Do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm a current residential student at NMSA. I'm a junior this year. I want to impress upon the board how important it is, these dorms on campus. I live in Silver City, which is about a 5-hour drive, and the dorms don't have currently a 7-day access, which means I have to commute home every weekend or stay at a friend's house. Having the dorms on campus in this new dorm building means that that access, that 24/7 access would be provided. That's something that's really necessary for a cohesive and beneficial day of education for me. A lot of my time is spent thinking about how I'm going to get home every weekend, and it affects my schooling, my education negatively. So I just want to impress upon the board how dire this need is, how important it is for the dorm students, for people that are living far away. And thank you for your consideration and time.
Thank you, Jay.
And the next person who wishes to speak is Stephanie Beninato. I am allowing her to speak. Stephanie, feel free to unmute. Thank you.
Do I need to be sworn in?
Yes. Do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Excuse me. Stephanie Beninato, PO Box 1601, Santa Fe, New Mexico. I think, you know, that what the board needs to look at is design and compatibility and things like that. And process, excuse me, design and process. And I think that the speakers from the Old Santa Fe Association brought up many good points. I think a tolling of the period, if that would be acceptable for a few weeks to see if a land transfer is possible, is a good idea because it would set that building back. For me, it still overwhelms the historic building. I don't find it compatible, especially from the east side at all. And I do feel like that the board is being hit over the head repeatedly with the idea that this is a state school, a state, state property, state this. And I understand that legally and all that stuff about the anti-donation clause, but there are ways around it. And I point out that a cafeteria was built and you just talked about how hard that was, but that is on, as I understand it, the nonprofit land. So I don't understand why that can't be worked out and it can be set back a little bit more so that, again, at least that historic building really is much more prominent than it is even with the slight setback that they have given. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Steph. I think that brings, there is another.
There are no other hands raised. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Heather. That brings the discussion back to the board. Just a few comments from me before we go to broader board discussion. With regard to members of OSFA who are here tonight and OSFA's participation in this process, a few notes of appreciation. I think I'm always happy that members of the Old Santa Fe Association are invested in our community and are invested in public process, come to these hearings, deliver public comment. It's a model of public participation and engagement that other individuals and other groups in this community can learn from. That said, OSFA is not the only preservation group in town. They are not the only community group in town. Our Historic Preservation Division, our Historic Ordinance, and this Historic Districts Review Board does not exist for the audience of OSFA and OSFA only. There were accusations of city staff and the applicant working and not being transparent. My view on this process is that it's very well defined. We had a hearing, or we had this case presented to us before, and this board deliberated on a design and delivered comments and revised those comments per that process. And we are fortunate to have a very qualified city staff that worked per the board's direction to work with the applicant to move the design forward. This is a volunteer board. The public has only a certain amount of time to come to these hearings. We have working members of this board. This is not a forever process of workshopping designs. Some designs do not require that level of constant back and forth. I do not understand what the end game is of derailing this project, complicating the process, or trying to usurp the authority of this board at this juncture in time, delivering a decision on what's at hand. That said, we have very qualified people on this board. I am anxious to hear what their impressions of the revised design are and what motion they would like to take tonight. Member Benvenu.
Thank you, Chair Guida. I'll just make a few observations, particularly since I wasn't at the last hearing. So as has been mentioned, I think what's important to me in this particular case is that this area in which the school is situated, in my mind, is extremely compromised from an historical point of view. I think it's a very important part of Santa Fe. In fact, in some ways, it's becoming the most vibrant area of Santa Fe. I think a big reason for that includes the fact that we have a residential art school attracting students from all over the country, or all over the state, in that particular area, right on the very edge of downtown. So that, to me, is a very important factor in what we're considering is the usage of this property. Even though it's in an historic district, if we look at the historic maps, it is literally barely in a very tiny corner of the West Side Guadalupe district, which is really designed to protect what's on the sides of this particular property that really isn't an issue with this particular building. The sides of the property that are an issue here are the east and the south. And that faces properties that are non-contributing, structures that are non-contributing, and a non-historic district. It's actually on the very edge. We think of that as an historic district because we have several very significant buildings. We had the Halpin, which has been, frankly, destroyed by the state. But more importantly, we have the depot and we have the Gross Kelly warehouse. Those are significant structures, but they're not in an historic district. And really, I think what's become clear in that particular area is that the School for the Arts has become one end of what is really a rail yard arts district, which has something of its own in architectural integrity, including a few historic buildings, but mainly non-historic buildings. So all that said, I think that's the context I have in mind when I'm reviewing this particular project. And the brick building is a beautiful building. My office was there for years. I'm very fond of it. I'm emotionally attached to it. But the governing body has already said it's non-contributing. So we're very limited in how much we can do to protect that particular building with respect to structures that are being built next to it. In my view, the most important factor in deciding what this building should look like is it in general harmony with what I would call the rail yard arts district, and not in actual conflict with our historic ordinance? And secondly, is it in harmony with this campus? Because this campus has already been highly developed. San Busco itself no longer really exists as an historic property. And I think what's critical is that we not add accretions to this campus that are inconsistent with the development that's already taken place there. And I think that what's been done in this revised plan is very favorably disposed towards that end. I think that there's still, in my mind, one major concern, and that's the facade. These facade, I think the treatment of the materials is a vast improvement, but even though I think the window treatment is better and the massing is better, but it still does give something of an impression of elevator shafts of a commercial building on that facade. And I understand that there was some indication perhaps that there would be an openness to further consideration of modification of that facade elevation. I'm not sure where that leaves us tonight because that's my main concern. I would like to see some resolution to that without having to go through the review board process, but we have very little time.
Member Benvenu, on that point, would it be fair to say you're objecting to the continuity of the window slot and its interruption of the parapet?
I think that's, yes.
Okay.
It just, I mean, I think it's an improvement from what was there previously, but that to me is, that is the most important part of this property, obviously, because the real view we have of the school now is from Montezuma Street. I know there's been some discussion of the gateway from the depot, but the fact is no one would approach that, I don't think, from the depot because they disembark on the other side of the tracks. They would walk to Montezuma and then enter the main entrance. And I really don't have a huge problem any longer with the depth of separation of the east facade as compared to the brick building. I don't think that would make an enormous difference, even if it was flush with the brick building or even set back. I do think, though, that the face of the facade could still use some architectural design improvement. And other than that, I'm actually satisfied with the design. I will just raise a question, and that is the steel panels or the metal panels. I don't think they're unattractive, and I think it's an improvement from what was previously proposed. But I would have a bit of concern about adding too many more material changes that are inconsistent with the rest of what's already on the campus or what is proposed for any future additions to the campus. So I don't know if that material exists already on the property, but that would be my one concern about that particular choice.
Thank you, Member Benvenu. Other board members? Member Beachhead.
Thank you. I just quickly want to say thank you so much to everyone who spoke tonight. The involvement from the public is always valued by this board. I appreciate OSFA's comments on the process, and I particularly appreciate the students who spoke. Like, being able to advocate for yourselves at such a young age is impressive and will serve you well throughout your life. So thank you very much. It's not always easy to do that. I think in terms of the functionality of the school is something I've been thinking about in terms of preservation and the role that this board plays in supporting state projects, as well as balancing that with the historic agenda. I think that the location of this particular school in downtown Santa Fe is perfect, for an arts focused school. I imagine the concentration of gallery buildings around the school is meaningful and supportive of the students who attend the school, but also their presence, their creativity and enthusiasm probably supports that community as much as anything else. The location is not, an issue. I think for me, I think that this is the perfect location for this to happen. I think the project has done a good job of straddling the rail yard and the historic district objectives. As the applicant has stated, it's placed between the two, and that the design is now reflective of the two. I think the more monotone color scheme allows for the gallery to be highlighted, which was one of the board's requests. The material changes are considerate of the surrounding buildings. I'm not so concerned with the setback. I appreciate the 6 feet that was achieved in the redesign. And I feel like possibly landscaping will be important to sort of soften that edge. And I imagine with what's there now that will also be a focus of the project. I feel like this school is beginning to define a different use for this portion of the rail yard. And its prominence and being close to the street is okay with me. I think that it needs to be noticed. It's there, like the signage right on the front there. And I don't see a reason to, based on design, to delay the project.
Thank you, Member Beachhead. Any other board members? If not, comments, a motion? Yes.
That reminded me of another comment that I was going to make, or a question, actually. I do have some concerns about the sign. This might seem very trivial after everything else we've been discussing, but the lettering really strikes me as inappropriate on that particular building. And I don't know if that was a design, if that's an important part of the design, or if you're willing to adhere to our 20-inch height rule for our lettering, especially since you already have a very prominent lettering sign over the main entrance.
Member Bienvenue, board members, as far as the signage, that was just a graphic representation. Of course, we would have to come in for a sign permit and get it, reviewed and permitted. Again, it was just a graphic in our kind of design process. And so we are very receptive to looking at that signage critically and complying. Thank you.
Good, thank you.
Yes, Member Berkeley.
I wanted to just add one more comment, which is just about the process in general. And I'm just hoping, again, I'm being new. This has all been sort of a mystery to me. I had a huge learning curve. But hearing all the comments tonight, positive and negative, it sounds like there was there wasn't a whole lot of cohesion and understanding of the process. And I'm hoping that this particular case might serve as a model for future cases where there's more clarity, maybe more communication, more opportunity for that, as referenced by Old Santa Fe Association. So I'd just like to speak again to the process. And this is a model for future and maybe help to tweak it a little bit.
Thank you. A motion, board members.
Chair,
Carly.
I just have one alteration on those sample motions. There's, or rather recommendations, those recommendations, there's 1, 2, and 3. There's just a slight alteration of verbiage. In the first two, if you can just strike the word design, it's the second to last line of the first one and the second one, instead project. And that is all for those.
So replacing design with project.
That's correct.
Thank you, Carly. Board members. Member Benvenu.
Thank you, Madam Chair Guida. I still need I think, clarification from the Carly and or Frank on how we can permit ongoing design consultation with respect to these facades, since the applicant, I believe, and you can confirm whether this is true, has indicated that they're prepared to entertain additional design alternatives on the east facade.
Thank you, Member Bienvenue, Chair, members of the board. I think it really has to be specific due to the timeline. So if there's a couple routes, so, well, one main route. If you have a specific condition that needs to be described. So I think that may require a little bit more discussion by the board potentially. And then, let's see. And then I think I can't answer to the toggling of the time period, but I'll pass that over to legal.
And Carly, on your point, would any design suggestions that we were clear about be a matter of conditioning the approval as per motion recommendation number 2, or would we still be in the territory of number 1?
Thank you, Chair. That would be number 2.
Okay, thank you.
If I can add, I think the important thing here is, Mr. Acting Chair, is that we cannot leave the meeting imposing some conditions that the applicant has not specifically said, yes, we can and will meet those conditions. Because if you impose conditions and the applicant says, well, we'll take that into consideration and get back to you, and the 60-day window lapses for us to invoke the joint state and local design review board, we will not get that option back.
Got it. Member Benvenu, if you need any architectural language to assist in your motion, I would be happy to supply.
Well, thank you. I would appreciate that, but I'd also like to hear from the applicant as to what they're actually willing to agree to with respect to these facade.
Thank you, Member Benvenu, board members. So in response to the comments that were provided and the desire to provide more window on that east elevation to create more interest, we feel it's appropriate to add additional windows that still preserve the privacy that's required in those residential units that are on that southeast corner. I'd have to go back to the plan, but I believe that space on the interior is a living space for the resident supervisor, as well as a bedroom on both the first and second floor. So we would be open to adding some clear story windows, something that is architecturally appropriate and proportionally appropriate in those two spaces. As far as the stairwells, we can take a look at the landing locations. And again, adding a window on that second floor to again provide some more fenestration and interest. I think that on that first floor, again, I would recommend that any type of a window on the first floor of the stairwell be at a much higher elevation, higher sill, higher head height, again for security and privacy concerns there against Market Street. Well, you know, and I don't need to remind you of this, but we are dealing with minors living there and making sure that their home is secure and private.
And Colleen, would you be willing to also bring the signage into compliance with our standards?
Yes.
Okay.
Correct.
My view on the windows and both to your point, Member Aguilar-Medrano, and to Member Benvenue's is I agree that, you know, that perhaps the vertical slot that goes past or to or past the parapet, you know, probably chops up the building a little bit too much. I think the suggestion for additional windows where possible, and perhaps the resolution is that the vertically united windows that are on the eastmost portion of the north facade that face the courtyard that's in front of the Italianate building, they do not go to the parapet. They allow the parapet to continue over the window. I think that's a much better solution to that problem, and one that probably can result in a kind of clear recommendation from this board.
I'll try a motion then. Thank you. And I would also like to state for the record that I am also very appreciative of OSFA's role in this process throughout. I think that their initial consultations, as mandated by the ordinance and the statute with the applicant, resulted in a much better building. I'm sorry that it doesn't meet with all of their concerns, which I do understand, but I think their involvement was extremely important. And I would also say that I agree that perhaps the consultation process might have been followed a little more deliberately by perhaps creating a committee to consult directly with the applicant. But in this particular case, I don't think it necessarily or even probably would have resulted in a different outcome than what we've achieved through the process we've gone through. So with that said, I will move that in case 2022-005859 HDRB, the board finds that all HDRB issues have been resolved regarding compliance of the new dormitory with the historic design standards for state capital outlay projects in code section 14-5.2M, with the condition that the project must also comply with all applicable provisions found elsewhere in chapter 14, land development, and the specific conditions agreed to by the applicant that all signage conform with the standards imposed on the historic district in question, and that additional windows be added to the eastern facade that still provide adequate privacy and that are architecturally appropriate, and that the vertical windows not go to all the way to reach the top of the parapet. Do I have that adequately stated?
Member Beachhead?
I don't believe we second.
We're making a recommendation
Yes,
that we will vote on. So, I mean, I think it would be appropriate to do a second.
Probably would be appropriate to do a second, but also would it be appropriate to specifically ask the applicant if they can comply with that recommendation?
Okay.
They intend to.
Sure.
Board members, yes, we can comply with those recommendations as stated.
Thank you, Colleen.
guess I'll second to the recommendation.
We have a vote on the recommendation, please. Oh, Member Aguilar-Madrona.
Chair Guido, real quick point of discussion. Member Bienvenu, I'm wondering, I hate to arbitrarily name a number of windows, but I'm just wondering if, for example, only one small clear story window were added, would we be satisfied with that? Or do we want to kind of narrow in on what we're looking for in terms of quantity or size? I wish we had a study to respond to. Again, because I don't want to arbitrarily say 2 windows, but I don't know that one would satisfy what I'm looking for.
About more than one. Because beyond that, I would be very reluctant to go, because now we would really be workshopping on the fly this
Yeah.
project. And so at some point, I think we have to rely on the architect's good faith that they'll comply with what they clearly understand to be our preferences.
I think that's fair.
But I do agree, perhaps we could at least say it's more than one. That would not be satisfactory to us.
Okay.
The applicant, more than one is acceptable.
More than one additional, yeah.
Yes, board members, more than one window is acceptable.
Good to know. We're cool. Okay, roll call vote.
Member Aguilar-Madrona,
Yes.
Member Berkeley, Member Beachside,
Yes.
Member Bienvenu.
Yes.
The motion has been approved.
Thank you very much. We're moving on to the next case. 110 Calle La Pena. This is Carly's case.
Chair, members of the board, just take me a moment to navigate back to our presentation here. Okay.
Carly, are you ready for us?
Thank you, Chair. I am. All right, we are looking at case number 2022 -005471 HCRB. This is 110 Calle La Pena coming back to us. So I'm just going to go very, very briefly through this because we saw this pretty recently, this case. We're looking at a contributing building. The primary facade are that east elevation is highlighted there. Here's some of the old pictures that we saw and a couple pictures from the street elevations that are also in your packet. But I'm going to get us to some of the changes that we're seeing. So an exception has now been requested for the raising of the parapet height by 1 foot 9 inches over the garage per the board's recommendation. The other, so I pulled from the minutes at the October 25th hearing exactly what the statements around the concerns that the board had. That is in the staff report. Okay, and so what I was looking at specifically was have these concerns been have they been resolved? So because the primary issue the last time we saw this case was the style of the doors being so much change on the building and so much change specifically with the doors and windows, the doors being particularly out of the style. So one of the items that the board had conditioned on this or was hoping to have come back to them was the door replacement should add a vertical division on the light pattern for most of the doors, with the exception of what was currently proposed on the primary facade and the large studio window on the east facade, noting that it had significant character defining features and should be retained or replaced as is if possible. Sorry, not if possible, or if replaced. The existing light pattern should be reproduced. Okay, so that said, here are the updated versions, and this is that large window on. Sorry, I think I had it on the east facade in my staff report, and that is incorrect. This is on the north facade. So that is one clarification that I should make. Now, the other changes that were made in the that the board requested was to retain the doors as much as possible. So we've seen this door on the far right being retained. We're seeing, let's see. I'm going the wrong way there. We're seeing some alterations, some different windows that there were the slight alteration in the window pattern here. And then I think, let's see, the courtyard doors were also, there's a door there that's been retained. Now, that said, I do have the architect and the designers here that can go over specifically why they decided to go with some suggestions and not others. That said, staff still feels that the exception criteria for 14-5.2 E1A, which pertains to the doors, still hasn't been fully resolved, but the board may find that they have with further testimony. That said, I recommend the raising of the parapet height. Now, just as a reminder, the board is making a recommendation to the governing body for that exception, both of those exceptions. So, and if I don't know, I believe all of our members, I'm getting odd looks. So as announced in our last hearing, exceptions that do not pertain to height and mass in the code are read very specifically as being recommendations to the governing body. A text amendment is being requested, but while that is taking place, it still has to go to the governing body. And I can refer further questions to our legal staff on that if we want to talk further about that.
Carly, in the interest of applicant process, I mean, are these things going to the governing body as individual cases, or is this like a group of recommendations that would be approved on consent?
Thank you, Chair. It would be on the consent. It would be on a consent agenda. So unless it gets pulled from the consent agenda for discussion, it would be noted for approval is typically how that would go.
Thank you.
Okay, unless the board has further.
Member Beachhead.
My apologies. I was not at the last meeting when this was discussed, but is this direction coming from the governing body?
It is not. It is our legal advisement.
So, I mean, I don't want to delay our agenda here, but I really do not think that we should change midstream without a formal direction from the governing body on this. We've been operating under a precedent where we approve exceptions. The applicants are coming to us with cases that were filed under that assumption. And I really, until somebody tells us, formally that that's a change in our code or a change in our interpretation, the years of precedent just it doesn't seem right to me.
Thank you, Member Beachhead, members of the board, Chair. We do have, I'm just going to direct us to the Assistant Land Use Director who has her hand raised.
Thank you, Carly. Yes, with reference to this particular concern, we do understand that this is a change. And we understand also that the board is the most well suited to act on these cases of exceptions. We will be sending this legislation to the governing body as soon as possible, referencing the practice and how it should be in code, so that it is abundantly clear that the board will continue in its capacity to act on exceptions. And the only reason it would go to the governing body is with an appeal in those particular cases. So we will be starting that immediately, and we understand the concern that the board has expressed, and the governing body has not made any requests for this to date. It specifically has come from the city attorney's office.
And Mr. Acting Chair, if I could be heard on this matter too. I understand that this is a departure of the procedure that we followed at least the entire time I've been here, and I started in September 2021. I've been here a little over a year, and but this is a matter that Ms. McSherry, the city attorney, and I were reviewing the city code with respect to the proper procedure regarding the sign at, and I believe that address is something like 75 Old Santa Fe Trail, the Lucchese Clothier. What happens, when does the board have the authority to review sign exceptions, and what's supposed to happen with respect to those exceptions as they apply to signs? Well, as we reviewed subsection 14-5.2 subsection.
Frank, I'm going to interrupt you. We don't need a legal explanation of this. I think the point is taken that
Okay.
that.
Member Guida, I just want to state that it's not my sole opinion. Right?
No, I understand.
This is a matter that we have discussed, with the land use staff, and I've discussed extensively with Ms. McSherry.
I understand the
And I
point. The
understand.
point being made by Member Beachside, and I agree with this one, and it's the one that I voiced last time, is that this issue is an inconvenience caused by the city attorney's office that has inconvenienced this board and inconvenienced applicants. I think that's the sentiment that's being expressed. I share that sentiment. I don't want to spend any more time on this than necessary. If it is the case that we cannot proceed under precedent, as we have been for decades, then this issue, I appreciate city staff's attempts to resolve this issue as quickly as possible. This is not on the agenda tonight. I do not want to go into this in depth.
Well, I ask that you do make a decision with respect to this exception and make a recommendation to the governing body. But I can assure you the city attorney staff and I recognize the subject matter expertise of this board. And I can assure you that the decision we've made that the code requires the exceptions to be recommendations to the governing body is not in any way an expression of a lack of confidence in this board. It is simply, we have looked at the code and decided that is literally what the code reads, and we have to do what the code reads until the code is amended appropriately.
Okay. Let's proceed with this case. And yes.
Do you mind, could I just clarify what Heather said? Are we able to approve exceptions tonight until this is resolved with the governing body, as we have in the past?
Chair Guida, Board Member Chad, we will be making a recommendation tonight to the governing body, or the board will be if you choose to. And then we as staff will take that to the governing body for their consideration. We are working on a process so that it is a consent agenda item and will not involve a de novo hearing again in front of the governing body. I think the governing body, and I can't speak for them, but there is acknowledgement that the subject matter experts are the board members and their professional capacities. So that's the approach we're taking, and we can certainly report back to the board on our progress.
Yeah, I don't have any concern about our qualifications, or that I don't perceive that the staff is second guessing what we're doing. It's just that the way we've been operating for the entire time I've been on this board is to approve exceptions. And I don't, and the way the legal staff has advised us is when we have trouble interpreting the code as written. This has not been an issue before. I appreciate the new opinion, but I really feel like it needs to be formalized by the governing body before we start changing the way we're doing business. I mean, it leaves the board without a tether to the code that we've been implementing in one way for a very long time. And I'd appreciate maybe a member Bienvenu's opinion on this as a legal person, but it really doesn't, it seems like the process that we're going through is not in the right order. Like we need to get direction from the governing body and then change what we're doing.
Thank you. Well, I'll respond to that without giving a legal opinion, which I certainly can't do in this forum. I hear what the city attorney is saying, so I completely share the frustration, but I think that the city attorney and staff are equally frustrated with the interpretation that they've reached. And the way I understand what's being conveyed, and I can see from the code, the way the code is written, why they've ended up in this place is that new city attorney, new assistant city attorneys have reviewed a specific provision of the ordinance and noted something that I think stood out to me originally, but I thought maybe there was a resolution overcoming it. The way the language reads, it does sound as if the governing body is the entity which actually gives exceptions, and that this body makes recommendations. So I think that we're stuck with relying on and even being required to abide by the city attorney's advice on that issue. It's the way I see it.
This is the last thing I'll say, that the governing body seems to have delegated that responsibility to the H board over time. And this 180 in direction is really difficult to reconcile, in my opinion.
I had always assumed that the delegation had taken place too, and that's why we proceeded as we did. But again, I would defer to city attorney, who I think we're obligated to follow their point of view unless instructed otherwise by the governing body.
So we are going to proceed with recommendations tonight per the direction of the land use department. Heather, do we have a timeline for either the text edit resolution or a working resolution from governing body where we don't have to do this every 2 weeks?
So Carly and I are working together on what the text should say. And then we need to draft or introduce that to the board, but also first we need to get review from the city attorney's office, an agreement that that's the most appropriate text to given a legal framework. So, it's the hope that we would introduce something to the governing body by just knowing the holidays and only one or very little time to get on a governing body agenda, given notice requirements. It would be at the beginning of the year that hopefully we can usher this through the process.
Right.
And I would estimate a 3 to 6 month process. I am hesitant to estimate specific numbers, but we will get on it right away for sure.
Sorry, this is the last thing I'll say. Does the governing body understand that it's being added to their consent agenda? And are they okay with that process? This is something they haven't been doing.
Chair Guida, Commissioner Beachside, well, with reference, I'm not certain that the governing body knows at this point. So, and we are working with the city attorney's office and governing and the city clerk's office and appropriate staff to try to get it on a consent agenda type of framework. But we do not have an answer for that yet, unfortunately.
And did the city consider just postponing cases with exception until this is resolved?
I'm sorry, can you please repeat your question?
Sorry, just wondering if it was considered, should cases with exceptions be postponed until this new framework is approved and resolved? I mean, we're sort of operating now in a really ill-defined set of opinions.
Member Biesheuch, members of the board, it was brief. I think it was briefly considered in this process, but not knowing what that outlook is going to be for the timeline, holding up. I think the idea that we would potentially hold up folks' projects for a substantial amount of months rather than getting on a consent agenda was very concerning.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, the other alternative would be to operate as we have been for many years and then make the change once it's resolved.
And I think that was something that was also considered or spoke about with internally, but we are all working together on this to try to come out with the best solution possible on it. From there, I think for tonight, as far as tonight is concerned, it still means that we will be recommending to the governing body. And I hate to turn us away from this conversation too quickly, but when the board is ready, we'll continue on the case matter.
Member Biesheuch, thank you for raising this issue. It's important and should be clear to the city attorney that the board does not agree with this step and that every attempt should be made to resolve this as quickly as possible. Let's move on to this case, please. We have the applicant.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and swear you two in. Do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimonies you're about to give are the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. When you step to the podium, please state your name and address for the record.
Peter Wilson, 755 Dunlop Street, Santa Fe.
Hi, Peter. In the interest of time, your 5-minute presentation, please tell us what has changed since last time, how you responded to our comments.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I don't know that I have documents here, but maybe I don't need them. Very much. So I wanted to say we appreciate the comments from last meeting and we thought you had thoughtful and constructive criticism. The first thing the board suggested raising this parapet where we have an existing cable railing, raising this parapet. We've done that. Thought that was a good suggestion. The board also suggested we keep as many carved wood doors as we could or wanted to, I guess. I'm not sure. There was no real clear guidance necessarily, but they appreciated the carved doors and we identified some of the most special ones. And this front door we're keeping, this big paneled door on the back here we're keeping on the back. This beautiful carved door on the studio space. Also 2 interior courtyard doors, number 17 and 18, but that don't show in these elevations. And then there was also there was a lot of discussion about the doors, and there was discussion about the amount of glazing in the doors, because we were showing full glazed doors, and now we're showing a solid panel at the bottom of all of these publicly visible doors. Really, most of the exterior doors that we're proposing changing are glazed with a solid bottom panel. There are only 3 doors that have a full glazing, and those all face that inner courtyard building. Let's see. We also in this facade here at the back of the building, we had a series of small windows, and we suggested we consolidate that, and so we've created 2 horizontal openings with a scale and proportion very similar to the proposed windows and existing windows. And the one other change was there was a talk about the amount of uniformity in the proposed portals. We're adding a couple of portals, and we just made a much simpler, a little more informal timber and latia, put the portal at the back to kind of make that create a little more interest. And we also clarified some questions about the color, where I think we accidentally indicated a much darker color than we were intending, but that's clarified in submission. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Peter. So if I may, I think the direction of the board was there was some concern about too much uniformity in the replacement strategy for windows and doors, and a request to, where possible, keep existing doors, and also to kind of have those doors have a less contemporary look. The comments were about the number of divided lights or adding a vertical. I see that there's an alternate solution proposed for the predominantly publicly visible ones, where we get a kind of more traditional look. This graphic with the panel at the bottom and the more traditional hardware is helpful. If that's a fair summary, may I just add that the thing that really wasn't changed significantly was the proposal for the replacement of the studio window. That the board's direction was that there's a lot of character defining elements and good funkiness to this house in some of the historic details. One of the things that was recommended was the possibility of retaining that light pattern of that studio window, that historic studio window. Is it the case that we're getting something different in that opening?
We're proposing a window style that's in keeping with the style of the house. That storefront window was shown to be non-historic on our HCPI. It's not on the primary facade, and it's totally non-conforming. I'm not sure where you're going with that. Thank you.
Okay. Yes. Yes.
I'm sorry, it's Kevin Scott in 533 Agua Fria Street. I think it's important. This is a non-historic window, as indicated by the HCPI, also by the window survey from the window expert that we hired. It's a non-historic, non-conforming, and we believe very inappropriate window. This is a commercial storefront window with a milled aluminum finish. It was of this size, and it is a commercial window because it is not possible to obtain a residential window with this expanse of undivided glass. So this was not a decision that was made for aesthetic reasons. It's a necessity, and that's what it was at the time, and it still would be today. It would be a commercial storefront window that would have to replace it. There is no residential window company that's going to make a window this large. I don't think that this is a window that when I've asked staff, I've asked, would you allow this window to be installed in the district today? And the answer to that is absolutely not. I think it's worth seeing two things here. The first is this reference to an artist's north-facing window. We've heard that several times. We feel strongly that that's an important feature that's certainly significant. Whether it actually was or not is not important, or whether the opening is historic or not is important. That's a reference that's I think relevant and important to the district. So that's an important thing. The second thing is, though, and I would ask you to see these as separate things, is a commercial storefront window the appropriate window for this opening? We want to keep this as an artist north-facing window. Peter and I have spent many, many discussions talking about what is the right window for this that helps reference this as a north-facing artist window. And I think it's worth pointing out that this type of large undivided glass is a picture window. I mean, if you're building your home on the Pacific Coast and you're looking out at Big Sur, then you want a big window with no divisions in it. A north-facing window is the purpose of that is to let light in. It's not for looking out. I think a relevant data point is to look at other north-facing windows to kind of get an idea, not to mimic them, but just as a reference, because this is an important feature that we're referencing, important to the district. They're divided light windows with grids. That's, if you think Cinco Pintores or the, Pueblo Revival, that's what you see. This is, it's not something that references the building in any way. It's completely random. It doesn't support the mid-century modern character of the building. I know that staff has talked about old Santa Fe style. I can't think of anything that's further away from old Santa Fe style than this. But more importantly, I guess my question is this something that you think belongs in the district? Do you think this contributes? I mean, the role of a contributing building is to help define the characteristics, of the district. Does this do that? Because I don't know what staff sees, but I'll tell you what I see when I see that building. I see ego. I see a window that doesn't reference the history of the building. I see a window that doesn't affirm the mid-century modern architecture of the front face of the building. I see a window that does not enhance the building's sense of time and place. I see a window that's not sympathetic or not appropriate for Pueblo architecture. I see a window that's not good for the neighborhood. I see a window that has no regard for its role in defining the character of the historic district. This is a window that somebody just wanted this. And they wanted this because this is what they wanted. They weren't concerned about the architecture of the building. They weren't concerned about the neighborhood. They weren't concerned about the historic district. They wanted what they wanted. The only way they could get it is to put in a commercial storefront window. So that's what they did. And if we put it in today, that's what it would be. So
Understood. I appreciate your interpretation.
I ask only that you see this as two things.
No, it's good to hear your take on this. I appreciate it.
All right. Thank you.
Board members, questions for the applicant? Items for discussion? If not, Aguilar Majano.
Thank you, Chair Guida. Question, and then I'll have a comment. But on the west elevation, the two doors on the right-hand side of the two windows on the right-hand side of the door got smaller from the last time we saw them. And I'm just wondering what the reason for that was. The width was reduced.
Sorry, I need to look. Thank you.
Good.
All right, so the west side. Let's see, these two windows here
Yep.
and from the existing, you mean, or?
No, from the application we saw last time.
Oh, yes, they did get slightly narrower because literally, there are 19 windows on this house. I think in 14 or 15 of them are these steel casement windows with a very consistent size and light pattern. And I made these windows narrower to match that size and light pattern of all the existing windows. They were slightly wider before.
I'll have to look back through the elevations. I don't recall seeing that exact same size of window on the other elevations.
All the existing steel casements have a specific proportion, and it's just you working with that.
I'll look through while other board members make a comment. And just my take on the studio window. I think I agree that I wouldn't want to see that window replaced with the same light pattern because it's not something that we would approve today as a new window. However, I do still think that it adds to the eclectic quality of the building. And since I think essentially replacing all the other windows with the exception of the ones that are on the primary facade, this is one opportunity to preserve this one. And so I would still be in favor of keeping it as is, but not replacing it with a new one that maintains the same light pattern. That's all, Chair Guida. Thank you.
Thank you. Other members of the board, before we go to public comment. Let's have public comment on this case. Anyone from the public wishing to speak in person or online?
Chair Guida, there are no members of the public that wish to speak online.
Thank you, Heather.
I've been sworn in. Hi, this is Elizabeth West again, and I am new to this particular bunch of drawings, so forgive me if I'm saying something inaccurately here. But I think your solution for the big gigantic northern light window is actually pretty much in keeping. And I think you have the freedom to do that. So I just wanted to hop up and tell you I liked your solution with the lights going around like that. Am I getting that correctly? Because you spent such a long time defending something, and I thought, well, couldn't he just couldn't he wind that down and get that done? Because I think your solution was good. Anyway, that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Back to the board for any further discussion or motion. Member Benvenu. Yeah. Yes. No one on Zoom. Yep.
Okay. I'll make an observation and then perhaps a motion. I think your redesign really took into account almost everything we brought up. So, that's very much appreciated. And it really is a nice design. As we said last time, you guys have done a great job. We just had concerns about the uniformity that was being brought about in a building, that part of its character was its lack of uniformity. The only thing that I think is really left to be an issue is this famous north-facing window. I'm inclined, as much as I think it does add character to the building, I'm inclined to favor the ability of the property owner to modify it, given that it is non-historic, given that it is entirely out of keeping with the rest of the building, even when it was put in, and given that it would not be approved if presented to us today. So it is a tough call because I think all of us appreciate the small, unusual, and telling details in our historic houses, and this is one of them. I don't think it's quite historic enough, though, for me to say that you should not be permitted to make that alteration in your judgment. And I think that your proposal does meet the needs that we have of at least retaining the unusual opening that does speak to the artistic history of the house and of the district. So given that, with all due respect to the other opinion that, you know, I'm very sympathetic with as well, I will still say I would make a motion, if that's
Please do.
appropriate, unless there's further discussion, that in case 2022-005471 HDRB 110 Calle La Peña, that the application be approved as submitted. Now, I'm not clear. Do we need to find exceptions have been met in this particular case?
Thank you, Member Bienvenue. Chair and members of the board, yes, you would. There is the addition to a primary facade, which is that raising of the parapet height by 1'9". And then it is the doors that are out of character with Santa Fe style. Now, if you feel that is now not applicable, staff does feel that it's still the proportions and dimensions are, but if you feel that that's not applicable, you may state so, that you don't feel that there's an exception required.
Okay, well, with respect to parapet, the motion would include a finding that a recommendation, well, perhaps a finding that the board can reach that the parapet proposal does not damage the character of the district, is required to prevent a hardship or an injury to the public welfare, and strengthens the unique heterogeneous character of the city for the reasons set forth in the application and the staff report. And with respect to the windows and doors, I would find that exception is not needed in this case.
Do we have a second? Member Beachhead? Are you moving towards your mic?
Yeah, I'll second that for the sake of some clarity in this process. Thank you.
I guess I should be clear that the motion that I'm making is not that the exceptions have been definitively found applicable, but rather that we're making a recommendation to the governing body that that's the case.
Thank you. Melissa, may we have a roll call vote, please?
Member Aguilar Medrano,
No.
Member Berkeley,
Yes.
Member Beachhead,
Yes.
Member Bienvenue.
Yes.
The motion has been approved.
Thank you. On to new business. Next case is 1160 Camino de Cruz Blanca. Heather, this is your case.
Chair Guida,
Yes,
I would like to recuse myself from this case.
understood. Thank you. Good luck with your project. See you in a bit.
All right, so can you hear me? I just want to make sure.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, I'm operating the Zoom and everything like that. So thank you, Chair Guida and members of the board. I am here to present the follow-up to the informational session that we had on September 13th, 2022 regarding the St. John's College Peterson Center. The informational session sought advice and input from the board regarding the proposed changes to the Peterson Center, which is located at 1160 Camino de Cruz Blanca. You can see on the vicinity map, the site is approached you can approach by Camino Monte Sol or Old Santa Fe Trail of Camino Cruz Blanca, and is nestled up against the hillside off of Cruz Blanca. This is the aerial of the Peterson Center itself. Please note the plaza that is in front. The elevations that will be most impacted by this proposal is the east elevation, the south elevation, and the northeast corner of the building. Additionally, there are other improvements that are being made on the south and the west elevations and the north elevations that relate to HVAC improvements as well as to ADA accessibility. Staff has no concerns with those proposed changes. My focus this evening will be really a discussion of the additions to those primary facades. This is a significant building, and therefore all facades are considered primary. So the applicant is proposing an addition in what is known as the Shep's Garden area on the south elevation, an addition on the the east elevation to accommodate for an exterior access down to the ground level, as well as some changes to the portal that was previously enclosed, and the bookstore addition at the northeast corner. I'll start with the south elevation addition. This is a lounge addition for student gathering space, and photographs reveal this Chef's Garden that you can see the plantings of junipers and trees, and there's a seat wall as well. What the applicant is proposing to do is to tuck under that addition and only attach to that south elevation there in that courtyard area. So you can see that the side elevations in that courtyard, that would be the west and the east elevations, won't be impacted by this addition. In fact, it would just be that sort of south elevation fenestration here. Staff has no objection to that proposed elevation. With reference to east elevation, there have been changes over the years to the site, the context around the Peterson Center. So you can see here with a historic photograph illustrating the grade, and then another photograph, more recent, that illustrates that the Peterson Center itself used to be somewhat cut off from the areas to the south with these retaining walls in this plaza area. And originally there was access out towards the south as well. This is an illustration, or these are photographs of the building that was added in the 2013 to 2015 timeframe, I believe. The applicant can probably correct me if I'm wrong. And the site was regraded to allow for more direct access to that building. So you can see that there's no more retaining walls here. And this is the area of the portal that was previously enclosed. And then this area here, the stair was removed to allow for this access point to the Levin Center or Levin classroom building. So on the east elevation, you can see on the upper is the existing condition, the upper illustration, with the portal area on the top level, no stair, and the enclosed portal on the first level. And as you can see here, that stair is being reintroduced, and the existing portal area is going to be, there's going to be an addition to that to sort of reintroduce the portal element that was there originally, as well as an enclosure of the portal to the second story to allow for some ADA accessibility and circulation, address those circulation concerns. Staff has no concern with this proposed addition on the east elevation. Finally, with reference to the bookstore addition, Currently, the bookstore is occupying a smaller space in the building and would like to expand. There is a coffee shop in the building. The applicant is representing that there are concerns with making any changes, which staff supports, to some of the historic elements of the building, including murals. Though the Historic Districts Review Board does not have jurisdiction over interior renovations, certainly we do support the proposed not impacting those spaces. Just to provide an illustration, the Peterson Center figures greatly in the approach to the campus, as well as as one not only drives up to the campus, but as well as walking into the campus. This is the area of the corner of the building in which the bookstore addition is proposed. And you can see with this detail here, there is a bit of a step back into, by a couple to 3 feet approximately from the front of the face of the building into where the access is currently for the coffee shop. And this is a view further out, and you can see the stepping of the building as it works with the terrain. So the applicant is proposing, once again, here's the east elevation. I just went over this portion here, which staff has no concern or objection to and recommends approval for. But with reference to the bookstore portion of the project, you can see this is the existing condition. Once again, that reveal illustrating the, with the concrete sort of portal-like feature. The proposed addition is another solid mass with sort of mimicking of those historic features, the concrete pilasters and such. And this is the illustration on the north elevation where the stone wall has been carried over. And a detail reveals that there would be approximately 3 to 4 inch step back from the outer plane of the wall. Staff has concern that this proposed addition will not sufficiently address the concern with reference to if something were to be added but removed in the future, that historic integrity could be retained. This addition is not sensitive in its approach, and staff, unlike the south elevation, that addition is more permanent in nature. I acknowledge that the applicant has been working very hard at trying to identify a sensitive solution on all sorts of different levels, but staff has concern. So the exception requests this evening are related to section 14.5.2 D2 to construct additions on primary facades, 5.2 D5 to replace windows that, an exception to replace windows that are not duplicated in size, style, and material of the original, an exception to remove historic materials, that's also D5. And then C1D is an exception to permit new construction that would be undertaken in a manner that, if removed, the original form and integrity of the property and environment would be unimpaired. So staff finds that the exception criteria have been met and recommends approval for those proposed additions on the south elevation, the ADA improvements, as well as the proposed addition on the southern portion of the east elevation, but does not recommend approval for the proposed bookstore addition, as it does not comply with the aforementioned criterion of section 5.2 C1D. That concludes the staff presentation.
Heather, thank you very much for the abundantly clear and concise presentation on this. It was very good to see and walk through the project in this way. Just a couple of points of clarification. I take it that staff does not have, when you say staff does not have issue with this proposal, it means that staff believes that the exception criteria have been met in the instances of those additions, those two additions. Is that correct?
That is correct, Chair Guida.
And then as far as the exception criteria go, do all 4 that you cited apply to all 3 of the additions? And it's the same 4 exceptions in play for each edition?
Chair Guida, with reference to those exception criteria, let me just go ahead and pull up the screen again. I'm sorry. I just want to make sure it's understood. So these are the exception criteria with reference to all four. They do apply for all three facades, three additions. But in the case of, for instance, the south elevation and the east elevations where staff has no objection, it's staff's opinion that the new construction is undertaken in a way that it can be removed without impacting the integrity of the building. But the bookstore is not the same. So yes, all four criteria apply, but that one last criterion is not met in that one particular case.
In the case of the bookstore?
That's
Understood.
correct.
Thank you for clarifying that. My understanding is that the members of the board present have seen this case before, and I am familiar with this project. Can we have the applicant sworn in, please?
Both of you, do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimonies you're about to give are the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record.
Good evening. My name is Sean Evans, principal of Mass Design Group. A slight change. Our company has changed from AOS to Mass Design Group, but this will be permitted under Mass Design Group. My address is 1121 North Luna Circle, 87501.
Mark Roosevelt, president of St. John's, 1040 Camino San Acacio, 87505.
Hi, Sean. Given that we've had a very good kind of walkthrough of the project, and it is 8:30. What more do you have to add, if any, to Heather's presentation?
Thank you, Acting Chair Guida. I will try to be brief. I wanted to, I need to share my screen. How do I do that?
Ask IT to, there we go.
So this is a diagram that was in our initial presentation. We did not include it in the most recent packet, but I do believe it is critically important. I think Heather did a great job describing the changes that we've made. We've had a great discussion with the group in September, and we took your advice very much to heart. We've really scaled back the boldness of the additions so that they're much more contextual. We believe they're still appropriately differentiated. But I think one of the critical aspects of this project is the preservation of the highly significant interiors by Alexander Girard. I understand that that's not within the purview of the H board, and we're not asking for the HDRB approval of what we're doing on the interior, but I believe because it is really the determining factor for how we went about this design that does need to be taken into account. Again, we're not asking for approval of the interior, but we need you to understand that this project really revolves around the preservation of these highly significant interiors. And most on this diagram, there is this pink wall that separates the bookstore and the coffee shop. And if we are not able to build the bookstore addition, we will most likely have to demolish that highly significant Alexander Girard interior wall. And that is something that I find kind of crazy and outrageous, but it will be the position that you'll box us into. Real quick, in our last presentation, we were also asked to provide some more information on the context of the campus and why these additions are necessary on the Peterson Student Center. Here we see the Peterson Student Center in yellow in this diagram, and there's a series of parcels that make up the campus. One thing to note, and you all have been there on your field trip, you understand this is on a hilly site. The vast majority of the campus is actually unbuildable. It encompasses districts of escarpment and ridgetop districts, and then other areas and a huge arroyo and other areas which we simply can't build on because they are too steep. And obviously, improving accessibility on this campus is tremendously important. There are two central campus quads shown in green on this diagram that are adjacent to the student center. And this is really the heart of the campus. With respect to the lounge additions, and we greatly appreciate the staff's recommendation for approval, wanted to make sure that the committee understands, the board understands the need for these lounges. Currently, it's hard to see in this diagram at this scale, but you've seen it in your packet. There's a series of red dots that we've placed throughout the campus. These are all of the existing lounges on campus. They are all within dormitories, with the exception of one in the new Levin Hall that is in a graduate student center. So there are no shared lounge spaces within academic buildings or within the student center. Crazy that the student center doesn't have a lounge, but it doesn't. And that's a critical part of the component. The other thing that is important on this diagram is the pink buildings we're showing in this. Let me see if I can. There's one here. There's one here. There's one here. These do not exist, but have been approved on the college's land development plan that was approved by the city in 2009. These really need to be reserved for large scale academic buildings. We're adding a total of less than 3,000 square feet to a 45,000 square foot building. We simply cannot utilize these spaces, and they're in the wrong places for where the lounges, the bookstore, and the coffee shop really need to be. I want to skip past and talk about the bookstore additions. That does seem to be the crux of the matter based on the staff recommendations. We simply don't understand why the staff has determined that this is not reversible. It is no different than any of the other additions. It is structurally entirely separate from the rest of the building and can be easily taken down and the original building restored. It would require some stucco patching, of course, but the stucco that is on this building is not historic as any stucco in Santa Fe. It has to be periodically renewed. So here is the existing view through the computer model and our addition here. Again, it is structurally separate. There's no reason it can't be removed. We're not removing any portion of the building with the exception of the glazing in the expansion. If I go back to the plan, what we see here, this darker area is the area of heated enclosed space that allows us to connect the coffee shop and the bookstore, which is really seen as a mandate, both in terms of providing the bookstore with very critically needed additional space for it to be fiscally resilient. The bookstore is not turning a profit right now, and it is a continual tap on the college's resources, and we need to correct that. We have to make this bookstore profitable. It is, I think it's the best bookstore in the city. It's an incredible resource, and the college is wanting to make sure that it is available to the citizens of Santa Fe as well as the students. What we've come up with in terms of the interior design and the college's, our initial direction from the college was to merge the bookstore and the coffee shop to create this academic culture of great books, which is so important to St. John's culture. What we're doing is creating a series of pivoting bookcases, two here and two here, that when the bookstore and coffee shop are having separate hours, those can be closed, and there would be a bookcase facing the bookstore and a chalkboard facing the coffee shop. Chalkboards are an important part of the St. John's culture. When they're both open, those can be pivoted open and allow these spaces to merge in interesting ways. So as I said before, if we are not able to put on this, what we believe is a small and discrete addition onto the building, we may be forced to demolish this wall, which is a really wonderful aspect of the building designed by Alexander Gerard. It's unique brick tile with fireplaces and chalkboards and a great place for students and tutors, which they call the faculty at St. John's, to engage in discussions. And we really do want to save this important feature. We are also, this addition is also allowing us to provide an exterior accessible path into the coffee shop, which it currently does not have. If you see in the renderings, we have two ramps that have steps on them. which is very curious and obviously not accessible. And the proposed plan allows us to create an accessible path from the placita or the main plaza around and into the coffee shop. I think that is about all I need to say. Heather's presentation did not go into details of the landscape. I'm happy to answer any questions on that, but in the interest of time, I'll turn it back over to the board.
Thank you, Sean. Board members, questions for the applicant? Member Benvenu.
Thank you, Chair Guida, and thank you for the presentation. It was very clear and helpful. So as you note, I think that we probably are all in agreement that the bookstore edition is what is the crux of the matter at this point in time. So if I heard you correctly, you were indicating that if you can't do an addition, you will still require this amount of additional bookstore space, and you will, I don't know if you use the word remove, or somehow it will impact the Girard interior. So what exactly would be that solution?
Well, that solution
on the floor plan.
I've got the floor plan back up on the monitor, Member Bienvenue. And that would involve us removing this wall here, the two fireplaces, and this well, I keep calling it the wiggly wall in our meetings. It's this wonderfully delightful brick wall with bancos and tables, and that will allow the bookstore to expand into this area, giving them the additional needed shelving space for the books and other merchandise that they sell. And will allow the college to realize its goal of combining the bookstore and the coffee shop. It's not a solution that I want to even put on the table, but I feel that I'm left with very little choice. If I may, I did want to also address the complexity of this new this reversal in procedure. And this is going to have a tremendously negative impact on the project. One, because this is not a project, I'm sensing we may not have consent tonight. So what happens with this project? How does that go onto a consent agenda? If you staff's recommendation and deny give us basically a partial approval, how is that consent? We will, this is something we definitely want to, we feel that the college needs in the interests of the ongoing operations of the college. And we're talking about, even if we were to just proceed with it, this is probably a 3-month delay in the project, even if we accept the findings of the board tonight. But because I'm guessing we may not end up with consent, who knows? I mean, how long this is going to drag out, and that is an outrageous taking of due process, we believe. And I'm not a lawyer; I'm an architect, but nevertheless, I think this sets a really dangerous precedent in the city of Santa Fe, which already has a very negative reputation for development and construction. I'm sorry to interrupt on your question.
I certainly understand your concerns, and we all share them to a large degree, as you know. So, but our hands are tied. So still focused a little bit on the alternative solution, which I know you're saying you wouldn't want to do. God forbid you should even contemplate it, in my opinion. But nonetheless, you're saying that's your alternative. How would you, I'm still not exactly clear how you would carve out the same amount of space in that nook that's formed by the Girard tile.
Right. So we wouldn't, I don't think we would, Member Bienvenu, I don't believe we'd be able to achieve the same amount of square footage, but I do believe we could achieve the same amount of linear footage of shelving. This is not something that we have studied because it makes me sick to my stomach to even think about it. But that's the position we'll be forced into taking.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Member Beachhead.
I just have a few comments if it's
Sure.
the right time. Okay. First of all, I wanted to thank you for coming to the hearing previous to this one and giving us an overview of what was being contemplated. It was really helpful to hear your design goals in that meeting and also to hear from the architects that were present at the meeting. I appreciate every time you guys come and like give us some insights architecturally. That's really helpful. There were alumni that spoke at that hearing. And it's the time since that hearing has given me a little bit of time to think about what you're asking for and what the functionality of the school is. And I've kind of come to the, I felt at the previous hearing, the significant status is really hamstringing us in terms of how we look at this case. And I question whether or not this property or any educational institution should be granted a significant status, because by definition, a school, a college is evolving, adapting, growing in some way, changing all the time. I feel like the changes you're proposing are very sensitive and considered. And I appreciate you sharing your philosophy behind the changes. When we visited on the field trip, we did go inside the building to see the Gerard murals and Wiggly Wall. Like that is important. It's the reason for the historic register status that you hold currently. And while we can't consider the interior, it's important for us to know the limitations of what you're dealing with. I think that the original design, the current design, has been described as a modified territorial, which at the time was a regional interpretation of a contemporary forward-looking design, which is what the college is reinventing now. You're looking at a building with a contemporary view toward what is needed for the future, but still acknowledging the past with these sensitive additions. I guess what I'm thinking is that these exceptions are needed to achieve what you're after. We need to approve those. I think it also affects the status of the building, and I'm as concerned as you are about this process change, because I think if we were to grant these exceptions, or that we would also be endorsing a reduction in the status potentially. I don't think we have to do that formally to approve the exceptions, but I think that would be the result if the building were statused again, that potentially it would lose its significant status. And I'm sort of okay with that in this particular case, because the changes are so sensitive and so functionally needed for the purpose of this building. I wish Member Larson was here tonight, because she had some interesting things to say about the goal of preservation in terms of preserving the functionality of a space and not just the physical expression. So I don't know. I guess I would like for the board to consider rejecting the direction we've been given by legal counsel and proceeding with an approval of exceptions if we agree in this case, and deferring that to those future decisions to the city council's direction. But I can just something to think about, like, can we just proceed like we've been doing and grant approvals? Because I think it puts the city council in a really difficult position where they're granting something that they're not as familiar with that as the code. Well, some of them probably are, but the impact of our recommendation may be farther reaching than they understand, right? If we're sort of contemplating downgrading a building with our approvals.
I may remember a bunch of, there's not a building in this town that hasn't been modified. And the idea that an addition or a change would result in a reduction of status, I find frightening. And I'm not an expert in the ordinance or the language of the code with this respect. But I think that is something that this board should caution against. And I would advise you not to even raise that specter because buildings have to change. And this city has changed for over 1,000 years. And significant buildings do change, and it doesn't mean that they're not significant. It just means that they're a little bit different.
Yeah, I appreciate your perspective. I think my interpretation of significant status has been that we preserve all facades to the greatest extent possible without change. But that is an interesting point. Thank you.
Thank you.
Member Beachside, I agree with your sentiment that of the need for buildings to adapt over time, particularly on college campuses. But I would extend that to really a lot of places in this town. I think, you know, with regard to this discussion of status and of the exceptions that the staff has kind of clearly outlined for us, I think the real question is, you know, squaring what is this project, which would in any other preservation context be an exemplary project of retaining the character of a historic building, preserving heritage, and allowing it to adapt over time in a way that we understand what has changed, what remains, and there's enough of it left that we really do understand, and those additions enhance the existing historic structure. I think all of those things are done, and conventional preservation practice allows for a lot more latitude and is far less prescriptive than our code. Squaring, you know, we always do have to come into this legal space, and maybe after our code rewrite, some of that will be more sensible. But I would agree with the applicant that you know, opening a can of worms about the significant status of this building is problematic. I don't think any of the three additions, in my view, really do downgrade the status of the building, even as it is defined under the Santa Fe ordinance. I think they're all done in a way where we kind of understand what's been attached, what was there originally. There's plenty of documentation for these things. You know, that squaring between good preservation practice and Santa Fe preservation practice that results in don't make me destroy this important part of the interior is, you know, should be a red flag for everybody in this room about what our ordinance brings to the table.
Mr. Acting Chair.
Yes.
I think it would be helpful if I read the definition of significant.
Frank, can I finish my comments, please, first? Thank you. So in that regard, I think, you know, I think you've highlighted the kind of key issues here in the case. And you know, my view is that, you know, we can buck the ruling of the city attorney's office. We could call it a recommendation when we're really approving it, but I don't know that we want to kind of open that stuff. And I agree, the city council does not get into these issues, nor should they. Member Benvenue.
Thank you, Chair Guida and Member Beachside. So I do think this is the crux of the entire issue here, and you probably know that from our last meeting. I think our interpretation might be slightly different than yours because we are so focused on the language of the code, and the code very specifically defines what is significant and contributing, as well as very relevant here, very specifically directing that this board may not approve an application if it will result in a downgrade. So that it really, I think, is what all of us have been concerned about in this project, because I don't think anyone thinks it's not still a beautiful building that you're proposing. The question in the mind of the board, and for me from the very beginning, is, are these changes significant enough to affect the historic integrity of the building such that it would no longer be significant? And that's where we've been, I think, sort of unfairly hamstrung by a prior decision, because I'm not sure this ever should have been designated as a significant building in the first instance, even though it's a very important building. Just for purposes of our understanding of what the code means by significant, I'm not sure that that was the appropriate designation because it is so restrictive what can be done after that designation is given. As you know, that means that every facade is considered primary. That gives you very little leeway as an applicant to be able to make future changes. So that was a very perhaps unfortunate decision, and I believe the board acted against the recommendation of staff when that was first done.
They did.
So at any rate, that's really what we're struggling with here. I think it does jeopardize the significant status, the amount of changes that are being made. On the other hand, I completely agree. We don't need to make that determination here tonight. I don't think it would be appropriate to make that determination. I don't think we need to make any recommendation as to whether that's the case. If we so decide that we believe that these exceptions should be granted in this instance. So that's the lay of the land that I see before us.
Thank you, Member Bienvenu. I agree with almost everything you said. And I think, you know, we're not here asking for you to just say this meets the ordinance. We're asking for the exceptions as the ordinance us to ask for and permits you to give. And we have made a clear case in writing. I may not have gone through every bit of it tonight about how these additions follow the exception criteria. They are all reversible. And I believe that, you know, I would assume you have the authority to say, we understand that the interior of this building is what is most significant. That is what the National Park Service and the State Historic Preservation Office decided, that's why this building was put on the National Register. And that is why there was a status rehearing of it in front of this board several years ago. So why you couldn't take that into account and say that is a reason for granting these exceptions is beyond me. That's absurd. And I would ask that you honor logic tonight.
Mr. Acting Chair, I think it would expedite this discussion for the board to consider the definition of significant structure in the code. It reads that it is a structure located in a historic district that's approximately 50 years or older and embodies distinctive characteristics of a type, period, or method of construction. For a structure to be designated as significant, it must retain a high level of historic integrity. Structure may be designated as significant, A, for its association with events or persons that are important on a local, regional, national, or global level, or B, if it is listed on or is eligible to be listed on the State Register of Cultural Properties or the National Register of Historic Places. I conferred briefly with Carly, Historic Preservation Director, and she indicated to me to retain a high level of historic integrity, retaining the historic integrity of the interior of a building is just as much a factor in declaring a structure to be significant as retaining the exterior. There's no distinction. So I think it's a legitimate thing to consider as to whether or not the high level of historic integrity is retained in the interior of this building as any other element.
Thank you, Frank. Carly.
Thank you, Chair. Just to be specific, the association to the state register or the register, the state register, I believe, is the interior. And that's one thing we discussed in previous hearings. I think one thing that staff has had major concerns about is this proof of, tearing, like the threatening a significant interior portion for the need for the exterior. And we have a pretty high degree of, we require, what other options are there? I think Heather can speak to this pretty clearly, that if those haven't been really teased out and we don't see those, we don't recommend for those exceptions to be the exception criteria to be met, rather. So I just want to make that very clear. There are many other historic college campuses, so that's just something also to consider. That and on another note, I'm just going to point out that this is the second time from this particular applicant that I have heard the word taking in a hearing. I want to be very careful that we work together well as applicants, staff, and the board. Threatening other historic resources without maybe enough proof to say that this is our only way around this. And then, using language like that to force through their project is not recommended and is not the way we work together well to find and resolve these issues around these buildings. We take a lot of care and a lot of time doing this job. And so I just want to make that very clear. Thank you.
Thank you, Carly. I'm going to move this to public comment. Members of the public wishing to speak, please come on down.
I want to the Vendra contractor. I want to support this project both as alumni, class of 79, and architect in our community. I think this is a good job. I think this design is really evolved. I think the issue of significance needs to be looked at from the perspective of, I'll look at it from the perspective of being an alumni. This is an important college. This is an incredible institution to be part of our community. The education it provides is significant. I think the word preservation needs to be looked at from the perspective of the incredible job President Roosevelt has done to make sure that this institution is viable. This is a critical keystone. I don't know this, but I'm reading it as an architect looking at this design. This particular addition is important to the preservation, the sustaining, the longevity of the institution. It needs to be looked at it from that perspective. From the perspective of an architect, well done. This fits in. It fits in well with the fabric of the community, of the design of the entire campus. The important thing, the campus is significant in my mind, the way in which it was planned, the way it was laid out, all parts are. Most important significant thing is the preservation of the college, the great books. The bookstore is the best bookstore in the region. There's no doubt about it. And I really would make a strong case to approve this design and the proposed changes.
Thank you, Devendra.
My name's Elizabeth West and I'm 318 Center Street, and I am not an architect, but I am a retired librarian. And so I want to be careful. St. John's bookstore is not the only place to find the books, but I happen to generally agree. The public library, and I hope you all have library cards. I think all the exceptions have been met. And I think it is tricky. I'm really glad you brought up this business of the hierarchy of how we look at Chapter 14. And I know there's going to be work done on it. And this is an example here that we're hearing about what's challenging. But I can tell Mass is wonderful. But you're new, you'll get the hang of it. Don't worry. You're smart, you're wonderful. I think your ideas here are great. And I want to say a cautionary thing for all of us, each of us here, no matter where we find ourselves in relation to a yes or a no or whatever. And this is for staff too. You guys work so hard. It's incredible. I only have an idea of what you do. And, but don't be offended when people talk to you the way they do sometimes. We'll all get the hang of how we speak to each other. And so I'm in favor of this. I think it's very exciting. And I happen to be here tonight for something else, as I was when this was last brought up. I was here for something else. And so it is with pleasure that I say I support what they're doing here. Thank you.
Ms. West, thank you. Heather, do we have anybody online wishing to speak?
Yes, Chair Guida. First of all, Kristen Fox, Kristen Fox. I am permitting you to speak, and please state your name and address for the record.
Good evening. My name is Kristen Fox, and I'm at 2 East San Marcos Road.
Thank you. Do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity for allowing me to speak. I just wanted to take the time to commend the architect and this incredibly sensitive design. I don't believe that this design diminishes the historic integrity of the building at all. I don't think that that's even on the table. A building exists to serve its community. It needs to fit. It needs to fit. And it needs to be a reflection of the culture and the necessities of the community that it serves. Preservation does not mean freezing a building in time. And I know these cases are not black and white. That's why there is a board full of experts to make these comments and suggestions and ultimately determine what's going to happen with this building. I just want to support and encourage that the board grants whatever exceptions are necessary to ensure that the design as proposed and shown tonight is able to be carried out and constructed. I think it's a fantastic addition. It serves the community that the building is built for, and I'd like to see it constructed. Thank you.
Thank you, Kristen.
Thank you, Ms. Fox. The next to speak is Stephanie Benenato. I'm allowing her to speak. Stephanie, you may unmute.
Thank you. I have a lot of concerns about the status of the building, and I do think you really need to address that head on. I don't think it's a hard thing. I think what you need to do is take it back and have it public notice for restatus it as a contributing building, and then look at the exceptions. Because there are several additions to this building. They all require exceptions. And I do believe that that in itself requires a downgrade of the status. It is, we do have actual definitions here, no matter how outrageous somebody might find those definitions. Those are the definitions that you're supposed to be working with. And you're supposed to be working with the exterior, not really the interior. And if you are working with the interior, then where's the State Historic Preservation Division's weigh in on this? And I agree with Ms. Picarella that we have not heard anything about other ways of preserving the interior significant wall, which I think is an important part and should be an important part of what's being considered tonight, because it's hanging over you like a threat that, you know, this wall will be damaged, you'll be responsible because you won't let us add on. And, you know, there's a lot of space on that campus. They could do another building. They don't have to add on to this particular building. So I don't think all those options are being explored. And I do really think you have to look at the law as it exists. This is still a recommendation. It's not an approval. You know, again, I pointed this out to the city attorney's office over 3 years ago, and they ignored it. And now they're not ignoring it because of the sign on Lucchese's building. But it is the way the law is actually written, that you are just making recommendations to the council. It sort of parallels what the Planning Commission does.
Thank you,
And
Mrs.
people
Benato.
need to understand that your legal parameters. Thank you.
Thank you. Back to the board for a motion. Member Berkeley. Member Beachside.
I'll try a mission in this case, but first, I just wanted to say that and thank you, Frank, for reading the definition of significant structure. I think I've revised my opinion about what happens with the status based on that definition. It has both an association with people that are important on a local, regional, national, or global level. It is also already on the National Register of Historic Places. And I think that neither of those things will change with the proposal. So in case number 2022-006060-HDRB at 1160 Camino de Cruz Blanca, I move to approve the project, noting that the exception criteria have been met, and adding that the hardship criteria has been addressed with additional testimony, that the inability to facilitate a connection with the community is a hardship that can be done through the expansion of the bookstore, a community resource. And I think design options, including locating this as a separate building, have been explored in both our previous hearing and this one, that does not support the objective of the bookstore. The location is central to that objective, and the space simply doesn't exist in a buildable format. So I move to approve, noting the exception criteria have been met.
You are moving to approve or moving to?
Moving to approve.
Moving to approve. Understood. We have a second.
3 seconds.
Melissa, may we have a roll call vote, please?
Member Berkeley?
Yes.
Member Beachside?
Yes.
Member Bienvenue?
Yes.
The motion has been approved.
Thank you. Good luck with your project.
Thank you. And if I may, I wanted to address Ms. Pecorello and your comments. I apologize if you took offense. I did not mean to offend the staff. I'm really commenting on what I see as a process that is somewhat broken. I think that the staff has done a really remarkable job of working with us over the last few months, and I thank you for that.
I appreciate that. I don't take offense generally, but when I do feel like there is a little bullying going on, I will call it out. So I do appreciate you saying that, though. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next case is Angela's, 855 Camino Ranchitos.
Oh, yeah.
Here we are.
Yes. Okay, Angela, you ready for us?
I am.
Thank you.
Board, members of the board. This case is before you tonight. You have seen it exactly a year ago. It's a remodel of a non-contributing approximately 3,500 square foot house. It has been under construction. That was approved in that case. And the applicant has come back to the board to request approval for the garage, which was constructed over the approved height. And Specifically, the proposal called for the 700 square foot 2-car garage to be, am I echoing? God. Is this okay?
You're fine.
Okay, okay. Has gotten a lot of use tonight. This garage, proposed to a height of 11 feet, 0 inches, was to align or match the existing height of the adjacent parapet that you see in this picture. This is the existing and proposed site plan. The garage did not change locations. And it's got a red square around where the garage is now. The parapet as built, the new garage has a parapet that's 1 foot and 10 inches higher than the previously approved height. And as built, it's higher than that adjacent parapet as was set out in the first proposal. Additionally, the applicant is requesting some revisions to the previously proposed approval for windows and doors. These are the elevations of what was previously approved on top. That's the south front of the house, and then the garage is the tan mass to the left, showing that height difference. And actually that one is right there. These are some of the photographs of the site. The proposed windows and doors, staff recommends approval. This is a non-contributing house, and the windows and doors that they're proposing do not have divided lights, but they are not publicly visible, and the existing windows in the house are mostly undivided. So in these photos, it looks small here, but you can see the garage as built at the property line. And this is the existing condition before the garage was built onto the northwest of that existing garage. The other part of this proposal is to convert that existing garage door to a set of, I think, triple glass doors with no divisions. And again, the window to the right shows they're undivided under that same portal, so it would be harmonious to not be divided light. I think those are the back areas of the house where there's these proposed changes for windows without divided lights and the same openings. And that's the rear of the house below, and has a second sub-level there. So with that,
Angela, just 2 questions. One, the new garage has already been approved. It's just that it was built with a higher parapet height. Is that correct?
that's correct.
And does that exceed the allowable height for the district?
It does not exceed the maximum allowable height for this district.
Got it. Thank you.
In this
And-
particular,
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
in this particular case, as all are different. It's the location, the prominence of that garage on Ranchitos, almost overwhelms the house. But this was approved, and the applicant did not stop construction to seek an amendment or revision to build that garage higher. And so with that.
And the second question was, in lieu of the double garage door that we see in the plan, am I correct in understanding that what's being proposed is instead two openings, one of which will be a single garage door and the other one will be glazed doors? Is that correct?
Let me clarify. Sorry if this has been a little circuitous. The new garage is a new attached 2-car garage. You're only seeing Well, you are seeing it in that picture, but in the upper elevation, that's an existing single bay garage that nothing was changed to. And they're proposing to put in 3 glazed doors without divided lights.
I'm seeing a mismatch between the plan and the elevations.
Oh, and let's see, that could be because I put in the previously approved elevations before. Maybe I can get you to the right elevation while you discuss with the applicant, or the applicant can address this.
Okay, let's do hear from the applicant.
Okay.
Thank you, Angela.
So just to confirm, just to state for the record that staff does recommend approval of the changes, but does not recommend approval of the garage as built.
Member Benvenu.
Thank you, Chair Guida. Just a quick question before we go to the applicant. Was there any discussion about the height of the garage in the last application, or was other than that it was under what was required or permitted? Therefore,
According to the record, the meeting minutes, which are in your packet, there was not discussion about the height of the garage, contrary to what I recalled as well. So no, there was discussion about something else on the project.
you recall? Oh, I'm sorry, Carly, go ahead.
I'm sorry, member Bienvenu, but the garage was equal height to the existing garage.
Correct. It was approved at the new garage was approved
Mhm.
at a height that would align with the existing adjacent parapet.
Was that called out in any way in the staff report or in the presentation?
Previous staff report?
Yeah.
Yes, there's a sentence. Yeah, the sentence says the height will match the adjacent, the height will match the adjacent building structure it's attached to. That's the applicant's sentence.
Okay. And I know this is maybe a difficult question to answer, but if the applicant had come to you and staff at that time with the proposal they have now, what would your reaction have been? How would you have worked with the applicant on that proposal, if at all?
I think the first thing is that we would be able to discuss it, that the applicant would raise that issue before they constructed the building, and then look for ways to mitigate that, or, get more information about why they had to do it and work with them on that.
All right, so you would have been had a discussion with the applicant about the fact that it was within what was permitted, but there was would be potentially a concern on your part, and thus potentially a concern on the board's part about approving it because it didn't match the height of the main house.
In part,
Angela,
member Bienvenu.
may I?
Sure. Go
So
ahead.
generally so I'll just take it really flat procedurally. So if Angela, you receive changes or a request for administrative approval for changes, if they are within 4 inches, that's considered de minimis. And if they are not, that's something that we likely need to go back to the board, especially in this district. It's in the review district, probably not. That said, seeing that it's dwarfing the structure next to it, that's something that we would automatically say, this needs to go back to the board.
I guess I'm still just wondering about the process even before it came to the board in the first instance. If that's something you work with the applicant on, even though it's within what's permitted, you might still say, we would prefer you to make it lower.
That would, yes, member Bienvenu, that's what, within that de minimis height, we would encourage that, and then say, before we would offer going back to the board, which normally is enough incentive for applicants to be like, yeah, I don't really want to do that. And we would also give them this is not ideal for these reasons, and here's why. But
all right.
And the reasons these situations come up in construction has to do with the site, and they had site conditions that led to this on their part. They just needed to contact us to.
No, I totally understand what happened. I guess I'm still just wondering about imagining putting ourselves back before this ever came before the board in the first instance. If the issue before us today would have been a consideration in your mind? Or do you just say, oh, it meets the height standard, therefore we recommend approval? You understand what I'm getting?
I
at?
do, and I looked for that in the minutes.
No, no, I'm just before,
know,
just imagine
that
it.
the
there were
height of
no
the garage
minutes that had never come to before.
Oh,
us,
uh-huh.
And you're just working with the applicant. Do you work with them on something like we're talking about now, which is we would rather you have a lower,
Absolutely.
even though you could build it higher under our ordinance?
Absolutely. That's our job. Yeah. We're not here to be an obstacle.
I don't think I got made it
Thank you.
clear, but
Thank you for the clarification.
thanks.
Can we have the applicant sworn in, please?
Do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record.
Mark Nacton, 1523 Town Street. Well, sometimes I understand the procedures here. Usually this is something that normally, as an architect, I'd come to staff and ask for, can we, we're within our limits. Can we build this garage a little higher? Sometimes clients and contractors make decisions without consulting the architect or historic. So that's why I'm here.
Understood. Mark, I think I may have answered my own earlier question. If we can go, and if I'm not interrupting, can we go to the south facade?
Well, I'm not.
Oh,
I'm
yeah,
not
it
very
is-
adept
yeah.
at your system here, so.
Yeah. Thank you, Angela. Yeah, and maybe we could start with the floor plan, because I think, and forgive me, Angela, your diagram makes this very clear. The clouded double door. No, you were back to where we were,
Yeah, that.
please. The big floor plan.
With
The
with the
slide.
big red bubbles on it.
Yeah.
Yeah, says it all, doesn't it? I think it's right
There
there.
you go.
Okay.
Okay, so what we see is the angled addition of a two-car garage with a double width door. But just above that, where it's clouded and we have a pair of doors there, that's an old garage door that is being proposed to be infilled with new
Right.
people doors. And then if we go to the elevation, the south elevation, what we're seeing on the left is that new garage door, but that's a double door. It's just seen obliquely in the drawing. That's why it looks like a single wide door. And then our packet doesn't show it, but this drawing shows it next to it. We're infilling that old garage door opening that's under the portal with new doors. Is that correct?
Correct. right.
Okay, great.
And even though that's a garage door, that was never a garage.
Storage room.
It's weird. Yeah.
Got it.
It's not deep enough for any vehicle to go in.
Thank you. Is there anything else you'd like to add to Angela's comments?
No, I just, I understand this is a bit of a slap on the wrist because of what my clients did and contractor did, and here I am. So we're just hoping that you guys can approve the additional height so that they don't have to tear it down. We don't have any additional parapet that we can cut or anything, and it's already been lathed and ready for stucco. And so this process has, it was lathed already last summer, so we've been sitting on this for quite a while waiting to stucco it.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Macklin. Board members, any questions, comments, discussion? Yes, Member Aguilar-Majorno.
Thank you, Chair Guida. Quick question for the applicant. What is the interior height of the garage as it is today?
The ceiling height, the brand new garage ceiling height is 9 foot, I believe.
So would it be reasonable that could be, if the board finds that they want the height reduced, that it could at least be brought down to 8 feet?
It would be if it was before it was built. They would literally have to tear off the entire roof structure. And then that's an 8 foot tall garage door. So we wouldn't actually have the clearance for the garage door at that point. So.
Thank you.
Other board members? Member Benvenu.
Thank you, Chair Guida. Well, I guess I'll make a comment and then I would make a motion. It's always disturbing when changes are made like this. And I agree with staff that it's not as good as it would have been, the way it was originally approved. It does dominate the road, the streetscape, and somewhat dwarfs the building behind it. On the other hand, I'm just not convinced that if this proposal had come before us originally with these exact same elevations, that we wouldn't have approved it as soon as we were told it was well within the height requirements. Sure.
One thing that's kind of bleak about it right now is there's no landscaping and they haven't backfilled yet. So what you were seeing is a little bit more sheer height just because the footings are exposed right now. Also, they plan to put some piñons and trees in front of the garage. So it's not going to have that same like blatant effect when you're driving by. It's going to be hidden by trees. So
Okay.
I know that doesn't matter, you know, from a middle standpoint, but it will be softened.
Sure. And that's helpful. But I still just kind of look at it and think, yeah, I mean, we prove things that look a lot like that. We were mainly concerned with whether or not they meet the height requirements. So because I'm just not convinced we wouldn't have approved it as is, especially if we were told that there were site reasons why it had to be this height. With respect to staff's recommendation, which I appreciate in this case, because I think even though it's only 1 foot 10 inches, those kind of details are very important. And so I'm very appreciative of staff's concern. But for the reasons I just articulated, I would move in case 2022-005995 HDRB 855 Camino Ranchitos that the application be approved in all respects.
Mr. Chair, there was not a public hearing yet.
Oh, I'm very sorry. And in that motion, let's hear from the public comment, please.
This is Elizabeth West again. And I'm really sympathetic with what you might be going through. However, I agree with what staff probably would have said a long time ago and what they seem to have said in this case, that I think that garage building is, you say it's 12 inches or is it 12 plus 10 inches taller? In any case, it's taller and it's way too tall. And I'll tell you a story about somebody very briefly who's not here, and I'm not going to mention the name anyway, but my father got permission to make a garage behind my house in the South Capitol into a guest house. And he came out from Cambridge and checked on it, and it was fun. We went out for dinner and that was fun. And the next time he came out to check, he said, wait a minute, this ceiling is 6 inches lower than what I have in my drawings. And I said, well, Daddy, it doesn't really matter that much. And I'm sympathetic. And I really tried to help my friend, the contractor here, not the vendor contractor, but I said, Daddy said, no, it was in the drawings and you're going to see those 6 inches are going to be a big difference. And he made it take it all down. Now, it wasn't as gigantic as your garage, but I was really sympathetic. But in the end, the architect, who happened to be my father, was right. And plus, it's not a good idea to build something and then say, oops, I really should have talked about it. I don't believe you should deny this because to be punishing. That is not what staff is trying to do here, or what you're trying to do. And I am really sympathetic, but you'll see, you'll feel much better if you make it lower. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. West. Heather, do we have anyone online wishing to comment?
Yes, Chair Guida, we do. Stephanie Benenato, I am allowing you to speak. You can unmute.
Thank you. Stephanie Benenato, PO Box 1601, Santa Fe, New Mexico. I understand that this is under the height, but again, it is something that should have been required, even the contractor to come back in. And I think contractors are supposed to know about the historic ordinance as well as architects. So I don't really have a lot of sympathy for, I mean, I appreciate the architect is taking the rap here or standing up for all the problems, but I still think we need to look at whether it's harmonious. And I'm a little disturbed by the board tonight because suddenly standards don't really mean anything. And the only thing you would look at is, would we have approved it if it came in and was higher than the existing building? Well, given what I've seen of the board, I would say probably it would not have approved it, especially if it was overwhelming the historic part of the building, which your staff is telling you it does. And so I know it's a foot and a half, whatever it is, but I don't see any reason why it actually can't be lowered down to the height that was granted, because that does not, at least prevents it from having more prominence than you originally approved. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephanie. Back to the board, perhaps for a motion.
Oh, I'm
Chair
sorry.
Guida,
Yes,
sorry, there is one more speaker. It
Oh.
is Kathleen.
I'm
And
sorry.
I am allowing her to speak. Kathleen, you should be able to unmute.
Yes.
Your name and address for the record.
I'm Kathleen Rockhill. I live in the neighborhood at 601 Abeta Street. This is a very unusual.
Excuse me, I'll need to swear you in. Do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
This is a very unusual neighborhood. It is absolutely shocking to see the garage. It goes against the flow of the land, the flow of the buildings here. This is a neighborhood of walkers, and people come from all over the city to see this, not see, but to be here. Those extra 2 feet of the garage, and believe me, if I could get 4 feet, I'd be even happier, totally block the view of the mountains. This land is on a slope. The house is lower than the garage. That garage overshadows everything. Yes, a little bit of landscaping would help, but you're never going to get rid of that garage once it's in. A series of mistakes should not make this kind of change happen in this neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. Back to the board. Benvenu.
Thank you, Chair Guida. Just, I'll go back to my motion, but a clarification. So the garage as built is 12 feet, 10 inches high, if I understand correctly. What's allowed in the streetscape?
I believe it's 17 foot 5 inches, so we're almost 5 feet below the limitations. And just lost my train of thought, sorry.
Well, that answered my question. Is that correct, Angela? 17.5?
Actually, it's 15 feet, 7 inches.
Oh. Okay. If there's further discussion, fine. Otherwise, I'll restate my motion.
Board, any further discussion before a motion? Member
All right.
Benvenu, the floor is
So,
yours.
Thank you. Again, in case 2022-005995 HDRB 855 Camino Ranchitos. I move that the application be approved for the reasons, not that it's already been built, but that this proposal would have been approved if it had been submitted in the first instance.
Do we have a second? Board members? No second, the motion dies.
Berkeley seconds.
Oh. Member Berkeley seconded. Melissa, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Yes, member Aguilar Medrano,
No.
member Berkeley,
Yes.
member Beachside,
No.
member Bienvenue.
Yes.
Mr. Chair, you have a tie.
I will vote yes.
Thank you. The motion has been approved.
Thank you. Moving on, next case is Carly's 224 Montoya Circle, the downtown and east side historic district.
All right. Scroll on down and thank you, Chair, members of the board. We are looking at case 2020 -006064 HDRB. And this is located at 224 Montoya Circle. It is non-contributing. And we are looking at a remodel of, I didn't call it a recent historic, a recent Santa Fe style, because it's more of a series of stucco massings that was built in the 90s with the bay window on it. And so the effort here by the owners is to really work within the streetscape, or find some similarities within the streetscape, and change out several elements in the building. So what we are seeing is this parapet on the top left being raised and made consistent throughout. You can see it's in this picture on the bottom right. It's got these strange bat ears sticking up on it that sit on top of a flat roof. And we're looking at some proposed and existing elevations here. So this is, just to give you a context, this is also in the downtown east side. It's just off of Gonzales. And Montoya Circle kind of circles this building on two different sides. They're doing a total window replacement, a portal on that second story with railing, a steel railing with pilasters, stucco pilasters, and a garage addition that you see on the far right side. You can see parapets being made consistent throughout on that right elevation. And some more window changes there. Okay. And so this is the existing north elevation. So you may notice in the scope letter that there was a request for desert rose, just in conversations with the applicant. And what really desert rose looks like, they decided to go ahead and change to buckskin, which is listed in the staff report. Other than that, we are primarily looking at issues here of kind of visibility. It is pretty visible. And then no real changes to height, because they're just making consistent the height throughout this building with that parapet. There is one other item they're changing, and it's that gate that you see, a vehicular gate on that right side there. That's steel. All steel elements are made to appear as iron, so just painted treatment with iron, and then that bottom portion there is wood. That said, I can turn it, answer questions or turn it over to the applicant, whatever you choose.
Board members, any question for Carly? Let's move to the applicant.
Oh, and sorry, apologies, board. The staff recommendation is for approval that it meets all the general standards for the all historic districts in the downtown east side.
Thank you, Carly. Is the applicant present?
Heather, do we have Stephanie online?
We have Sybil Mueller, Ra, and Kristen Fox. Stephanie Minato as well, but that's not the applicant, I believe.
Looks like we may be missing the applicant.
Okay, would staff mind trying to get in touch with the applicant? We will move this case later in the agenda, just by one. Do we need a motion to move this case later in the agenda, or can we just move on to the next case?
I believe thank you, Chair. I believe we need to postpone it to the end of the hearing.
Okay. We have a motion.
So moved.
A second.
Aguilar Madrona seconds.
Roll call vote, please, Melissa.
Member Aguilar Medrano.
Yes.
Member Berkeley. Member Beachside.
Yes.
Member Bienvenue.
Yes.
The motion has been approved.
Thank you. Forgive me for not asking if the applicant was present. Let's move on to the last, or which will now be the second to last case on the list. 638 Gomez Road in Doncaster Historic District. This is Carly's case.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just going to give them a little note. Okay. We are looking at case number 2022-006061 HDRB. This is located at 638 Gomez Road. It's a contributing property in the downtown, or sorry, the Don Gaspar area historic district. There is a slight change on this particular case. In the case caption particularly, there is no exception. That's one thing I did not update the case caption on the agenda prior to this coming forward. And I'll explain why in just a moment. So this, the particular issue, and we've seen this come forward in December of this last year, where the south and east facades were designated as primary. And we're looking at those images here. And so in the previous case, the other windows were requested for window replacement. A window assessment was provided in that previous case, but it was done by the architect, and then later, and then the window replacement for the primary facades was, there was a partial approval by the board. They were not allowed for that window replacement on the primary facades. Now, once a window assessment from Ray Patterson was provided, and then there was I discussed this particularly with Ray Patterson on this, on these window replacements. It was found that the muntins are from, they're larger from the particular time period. There are barn sash replacements. Almost each piece of the windows has been replaced over time. So they're no longer, there's not 8% of the actual window that is left that's historic. So bit by bit, each piece was replaced. So the applicant's coming back to re-request the window replacement with this information at hand. So these include on the primary facades. They would also like to patch and re-stucco around the windows as needed. And then I included the window spec with the window information in the application. So the way the staff report is broken down, you're seeing what you approved in one of the previous cases, and then what they did not approve that they're now coming back with the proper proof for. That said, staff does not feel that there is an exception required based on the fact that there is not historic material, there's not enough historic material left in these windows to require that need. And staff is recommending approval.
Thank you, Carly. Any questions from the board? Can we have the applicant sworn in, please?
You swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record.
Eric Infield, 612 Old Santa Fe Trail. Thank you very much.
Hi, Eric. Thank you for staying up with us.
Oh, it was so much fun waiting for you guys. Actually, I wanted to see St. John's. I thought they actually did a pretty good job. I didn't get that job. Anyway, I'm here about these windows again. What we had done was I had presented a report that had stated that we wanted to replace all the windows originally. I think we applied in November of 21. And I'm not sure why we're listed as new business, because we're old business and we have an old business number, and that was put on our letter. And I tried to get a hold of Carly and Heather and get us a little further up in the agenda, but for some reason we were, do I look new? No, it's old business. We've got 5 windows on this existing structure. After I presented to the board, you gave us approval to do the additions on the rear and re-stucco and replace all the windows on the rear. But you didn't give us permission to replace these windows because you wanted more succinct details of why these weren't original windows. And I think it's, when you look at his report, he talks about how in all 5 of these locations, there were jamb extensions put in when new windows were put in and the old ones were pulled out. And that's shown in the photographs. If you look really carefully at the photographs, you can see that jamb pieces were added. But really the telling sign that these aren't historic is that they have plastic guides on the inside of the windows. And I want to thank Ray for doing the work that he did, because he looked at it closer. And then, of course, when he said, you know, Eric, those are those wood sashes you could buy, I went, oh, I used them on La Chosa when I enclosed the portal at La Chosa. I wish I'd just gone to La Chosa, taken a picture of that, showed you these windows and shown you that these windows were from the 70s and 80s. There's also one that's pretty heavily damaged, and we're asking to replace that window A also. So we're asking for 5 window replacements so that we can just go ahead and replace all the windows in the residence.
And Eric, these are essentially in kind. These are wood, true divided light windows that you would be replacing them with?
Yeah.
Okay.
They're clad on the exterior though.
Okay.
But they're true wood.
Okay. And the other windows on the house are also clad?
They'll also be clad. And some of them on the back are vinyl, some are metal. I don't remember if you remember, but there was a hodgepodge of windows in there. And at least when they bought the new vinyl sliders in the back, they bought the wood barn sashes. And I think you could see in the pictures the plastic parts on the guides and stuff. And Ray was the one that pointed out also that all the openings were actually reduced, and we're going to widen the openings to the original opening width and to the original jamb location. And so we're kind of happy about that, because it's actually going to put the house back where it should be. You can see it added about 2 inches on each side, the jamb pieces they put in and under the header. And we know that historically, that's not the way they did those windows.
And Eric, do you also feel that the light pattern of these windows, I mean, the existing ones may not be correct historically? I mean, and we don't want to speculate.
We think they were probably 6/6s,
Okay.
and they're been replaced with 8/8s in some cases. And there's one that's 8/12, which I find pretty interesting. But we show that one as being replaced also to look like it looks right now, even though we've found that those aren't historic windows.
Got it. Thank you. Board members, questions? Applicant? Yes, Member Aguilar Marjano.
You, Chair Guida. A quick question. The wood portion that runs along the top of the windows, is that also getting replaced or is that?
Not the headers. The headers will remain, the original headers. We'll be removing non-historic material with the frame. They added pieces of wood inside to put in standard size windows in the historic openings. And we're going to get those back to where they should be, which is the width of the openings.
And thank you for that clarification. And you just mentioned that with the light pattern that you're replacing with what's currently there, even though you don't believe it's what was historically there. Would your preference be to match what you believe was historically there?
We actually think the window pattern is good on these windows as it is, and they'll all now be the same window. So I think we're going to find that it'll keep some of that quirky character that they did when they replaced those windows in the 70s and 80s. And I think they were trying to replace them to look like the original windows. So I can't guess what the original windows look like, but I think they were probably more like 6/6.
Thank you. That's all.
Thank you very much. Any other questions from the board?
Thank you, Eric. Board members, if there are no other questions, I'll take it to public comment. Members of the public, online or in person. So we have a raised hand online. Oh, Heather is engaged. Carly, is it possible for you to patch Stephanie through?
Sure, Guida. I have the applicant on the phone. And so I don't know if you would like me to maybe we're trying to figure out the Zoom stuff right now. But if I can also put her on speaker and you can speak that way if you prefer.
Okay. We're going to come back to that case, Heather. Right now,
Oh, I'm sorry.
We're on 638 Gomez. And I believe our only member of the public who wants to speak is Stephanie Beninatto, who has her hand raised. If you could allow her to speak, we'll finish public comment on this case.
Yes, I'm not multitasking very well. Allow her to speak.
Doing a
You should
great
be able
job.
to-
Stephanie Beninatto, PO Box 1601, Santa Fe, New Mexico. I am happy that they have done more assessment of the windows so that they can take them out and replace them and feel good about what's there and what they're going to do. And I appreciate that they're taking it back to the original width. I think it's okay to leave them at the whatever they are, 8/8 rather than 6/6, because even if they were there from the 70s, if it was early enough, it is 50 years. And I do agree that they help create the quirky character of that house. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephanie. Back to the board. We have a motion. Yes, Member Aguilar Medrano.
In case number 2022006061 HDRB, I move to approve the application as submitted.
Beachside seconds.
Thank you. Roll call vote, please.
Member Aguilar Medrano,
Yes.
Member Berkeley, Member Beachside, Member Bienvenue.
Yes.
The motion has been approved.
Thank you. Thank you, Eric. Good luck. On to our last case, 224 Montoya Circle. And Heather, do we have the applicant? Are they able to? Oh, you're muted.
Yes, Chair Guido, the applicant is present via phone.
Wonderful. Harley, would you introduce this case?
Okay, so again, we are looking at 2022 dash 006064 HDRB. This is at 224 Montoya Circle.
And forgive me, you already did introduce the case. Is there anything else that we need to cover before we go to the applicant?
No, Chair, there is not. I'm sorry that the applicant probably missed that little presentation. Just for their benefit real quick, we covered that there's window replacements and the garage addition and the different modifications to the house, including the gate. With that, I think we can just turn it over.
And you recommend approval?
We do recommend approval.
Thank you. Can we have the applicant sworn in, please?
What, sorry? So the chair would like to have you sworn in. So if you could please state your name and address for the record, and then the clerk will swear you in.
Okay, my name is Sarah Louise Sanders. My address is 224 Montoya Circle, Santa Fe, New Mexico, 81.
My name is
Thomas Sanders at 224 Montoya Circle, Santa Fe, 87501.
Okay, do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimonies you're about to give are the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do swear.
Thank you.
Thank you. Applicants, do you have anything to add to staff's presentation? We had a thorough review of the drawings and the work that's being proposed. Do you have any additional comments?
No, the only thing was that I've been emailing Carly, and she said that she thought the colour was not quite right that we chose. That she thought that we would be better off with another historic accepted colour, which was buckskin, rather than the desert rose. She thought the desert rose was too harsh.
And is buckskin what you're proposing now?
Yeah, she thought that would be better, that it would be better for Montoya Circle and it wouldn't be so harsh. So we agreed with her. So yes, we're proposing that now.
Good. My impression of the project is that these are overwhelmingly positive improvements to a house that needed some help. And so I'm happy to see a well-represented design and the design decisions on the whole that you have made and are presenting in the case today. I think my only question, and staff may, I'm sorry, and the board may have other questions. My only question was there any reconsideration of the bay window on the primary facade, I shouldn't say primary facade, on the main facade of the house? It seems a little crowded in that space. It seems to intersect with the newly proposed portal over the entry door. Was there any consideration of eliminating that bay window in favor of something that would be more in keeping with the district styles?
Yeah, we would definitely be open to that. I mean, the bay window is there already. It's the existing window. So obviously we would have to take down the walls surrounding the bay window in order to change it. So we were trying to simplify it by making the window design uniform throughout the house without actually changing the structure of the house. But we would definitely be open to that, wouldn't we? Yeah. Yeah.
Understood. Thank you. Board members, comments, questions for the applicant? Seeing none, we will take this to public comment. Any members of the public wishing to speak in person or online?
There are no members of the public online that wish to speak.
Thank you, Heather. Seeing none, we will go back to the board, perhaps for a motion. Member Beachhead.
Thank you, Chair Guida. I actually do have one question for the applicant. I'm looking at the gate design, the gate elevation in our packet, which appears to be a double vehicular gate with a pedestrian gate next to it. And that's going in front of what I think is a one-car garage. Is that correctly represented? Is there parking next to your garage or something? I'm not sure why that is so wide. I don't see an elevation that shows the full gate.
wasn't enough room for the double garage because of the setback from the fence which adjoins the neighbour's property.
yeah.
And so there is enough room for parking next to the garage, and we just wanted the gate to go to enclose the property totally, so that we could let our dogs out there, and so that we'd have some security and privacy.
Sure. Thank you. Yeah, I see that now. Thank you for that explanation.
The driveway is used as a turning point for people, and also a parking area. So we were wanting to put a gate that went across to give us the security and privacy, and to finish the house and make it, more, actually look like it was all part of the house rather than just part of the road.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Board members, a motion. Benjamin.
Pardon? Sorry.
We did public comment. There was none.
Thank you, Chair Guida. In case 2022-006064 HDRB 224 Montoya Circle, I move that the board accept staff's recommendations and approve the project as proposed, with the additional condition that the stucco be buckskin as agreed to by the applicant.
Second.
Aguilar Medrano seconds.
Roll call vote.
Member Aguilar Medrano,
Yes.
Member Berkeley,
Yes.
Member Beachside.
Yes.
Member Bienvenue.
Yes.
The motion has been approved.
Thank you. Applicant, good luck with your project.
Thank you very much. Thank you. We think it will improve the whole area as well. So thank you.
Good, thank you. Next is discussion items. Staff, or do we have any discussion items tonight?
No, Chair. None for tonight.
Okay, matters from the board members, any items for discussion? Member Benvenu.
Thank you, Chair Guida. I hate to bring anything up at this late hour, but the discussion about the 500 Montezuma and the Halpin building did make me aware that I think I would like to ask at some point that the board have a status review of the Halpin building and a potential downgrade from its status due to the massive alterations that have taken place there. I don't know what the procedure is for that to be brought to the board, but I put that out there. I don't know if we need a second to that request or if that's just something that I can ask for and that staff can make a determination on.
Chair, Member Bienvenue, I will look at the code because we don't often do this, the downgrades, but I believe that the status review can be asked for by staff, neighbors, board members, anyone really. I think that's the way that code reads, and we'll just have to do the noticing and move that forward.
If that's the appropriate procedure, I'm just raising it. I'm not demanding it by any means, but I'm just raising that as an issue that I would like to see addressed if it can be. I don't know how the rest of the board feels about that. I mean, it obviously doesn't mean that it's an automatic downgrade. It would just be something for the board to consider. That's all I have. Thank you.
Any other comments? Yes, Member Aguilar Medrano.
Perhaps technical request. In future meetings, would it be possible for the main projection to be on this larger bottom screen, just so we can see it better when we're looking at plans?
I'm sure the assistant land use director would not like to be the main focus.
We really enjoy seeing you, Heather. It's like you're here.
So that I'll work with Ben to make sure that happens.
Okay.
I'm
Okay.
sure not to make any funny faces.
Thank you. Okay, first of all, I want to thank the board and staff and the public for their stamina tonight, for being engaged in the discussion, for having a very thorough review of these cases, for the broad-mindedness of this board, and for everybody weighing in on issues that affect process, issues that affect important buildings in our community. And so I am very grateful. Our next meeting is Tuesday, December 13th, 2022. Do we have a motion to adjourn?
So move.
Second.
Okay, roll call vote, please.
Member Aguilar Medrano,
Yes.
Member Berkeley, Member Beachside,
Yes.
Member Bienvenue. Motion has been approved.
Thank you, Melissa, and thank you for everything tonight.
Thank you.
That's it. Good night, everybody.
Good night. Thank you.